Hello, everybody. Hopefully I'm coming through a-okay. Sounds like it to me. Perfect. Okay, so today we are going to be continuing Steins Gate. I do wonder, though, how much more additional side content that we're going to be exploring today before we get back to actually cracking CERN's servers, though. Not that I didn't enjoy the last episode at all, don't get me wrong. I'm just curious because I was told that some of this story content I've been checking out here is something that I can be locked out of once I get to the first ending of the game. So I just can't help but wonder, how much content are we actually talking about here? Does the player actually get locked out of if they were to just play the game normally, not go back for anything else, get their first ending, and then just start trying to get the other endings that they need to get before getting the true ending for this thing? I'm assuming that it's probably gonna be at least what at bare minimum 2 whole scenes or something like that. It's like the one towards the end of the last episode where we had that whole competition at Faris's store, and nothing super major, right? I mean, I guess I'll find out eventually when we get through it all, but it's just a little curiosity thing here, because I can't help but think to myself, why lock the player out of that content altogether after going through the first ending? It doesn't really make any sense to me, unless there is some potential, unless there is some kind of strange little bits of foreshadowing for like the main reveal that you get to uncover through the rest of the game or what have you, which if you were to experience some of that locked out content on multiple repeat playthroughs, you'd be able to guess some major big story revelation much earlier than what the developers want you to experience. Unless it's something like that, then I don't get it. I am confuzzled. The inner machinations of the dev's mind are an enigma to me. So, I don't have anything else to really talk about in regards to myself and all that. I'm still getting better over my double inner ear infection and all that. It looks like I'm not out of the woods on that yet, and I'm going to need some more doses of antibiotics, but I'm getting close to it, which, thank God. But other than that, there's really nothing major happening here. I mean, I'm just trying to get through my day-to-day as I always do, and then just do what I can here on the channel whenever I get some spare time. Sergey, welcome to the stream. Hello. Now, how did it happen that not only am I able to be on your live stream on time, but also be at the very beginning pretty much? That's because I'm doing it a little bit. Maybe part of it is because I'm doing it a little bit earlier than I usually do it. Because I got class later tonight here, and I want to try to attend it. So I'm trying to get today's stream done a little bit earlier, so I'll at least be able to get maybe 4 to 5 hours in here before I have to go to that. Other than that, maybe fate has finally smiled upon you, Sergey. Either way, I'm happy to see you. And Conkle, what's up to you? I was just more or less talking about what was up to me, and again, it's just not much. I'm just mostly curious I'm just mostly curious about the intentions behind Steins Gate's developers as to why they lock certain bits of story content out of the player's reach after they get their first ending, especially apparently in multiple playthroughs, if I remember right. It doesn't really make any sense to me. Especially if it's inconsequential story content that doesn't really add much or foreshadow to much of anything. Well, it is night over here, yeah. True. It's still late morning over here, yeah, but still morning all the same. So, without further ado, since I don't really have much of anything to really add here other than what I've already spoken about, let's just jump right into the fun today, shall we? Huh, not sure about locked content, since I played through the game myself almost 100%. It's Liz 25 that I think that I believe is the one that's really told me all about that. But yeah, apparently there's at least a few little bits of story content that you can potentially see when you do your first run on Steins Gate, but will get locked out after you get the first ending. And I just was spending the past few minutes here just wondering to myself mostly just what the importance of this content is and why the developer saw fit to lock the player out of it after you get through that first ending. Because if it seems like like that little contest that we had in the last episode at Faris's shop and everything, then it doesn't really make any sense to me, really, why they would lock that stuff out. But if there's something, but if it's something more important and it's just slipped over, and its importance has just slipped past my head at this stage, then well, maybe I won't figure it out until much later. That's basically what I was pondering to myself. Otherwise, it just doesn't really make any sense to me to just lock little bits of story content like that out. And I know that's a bit of a thing with a lot of visual novels in general for them to do stuff like that. And every time I hear about or come across that sort of thing, and I learn a little bit of the context surrounding it, it usually, more often than not, doesn't make any sense to me. Now, it's the first time I hear about locked content. Is that a confirmed information? Again, this is something that I think Liz25 has told me either here on the chats in previous streams, or on I think it was mostly chats that he told me about it here. So Liz25 is apparently very knowledgeable about this stuff here. So if he happens to show up during today's stream, I would definitely ask him for sure, because he seems to know what he's talking about. In fact, I've been actually following a fair amount of his instruction in regards to actually finding some of the story content before we crack the IBN 5100's hidden function. There's my cursor. I think I'll go confirm it somehow. If you want to, by all means. Either way, we are definitely seeing some new content here, for sure, if nothing else. So it's not like as though I'm completely wasting everybody's time. Hopefully. So, I believe right before I arrive at the shrine here to actually pick up the computer, I need to actually try answering my phone now this time, rather than just ignore it. Oops, wrong button. Ah, here we go.
誰だ?
Is that you, Ayumi? What? All I can hear is static. Wrong number? No. Maybe.
機関だな。警告のつもりか。これ以上セルに手を出すなと言いたいのか。
You're really bad at this, you know that? Like, seriously, just why don't you just spill your guts out to the whole world what it is that you're really doing anytime somebody just comes to speak to you about anything, or you just get random phone calls. You're really bad at keeping at secrets. You're really bad at keeping secrets. It's honestly a wonder how you're not dead at this point, especially given what we've been investigating so far.
Huh?
It's a woman's voice. And she clearly doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Who would?
ではないのか。
違うわよ。マキセです。
マッキーセ?
Who? I think I remember this voice from somewhere.
悪いが思い出せない。どこで出会ったのか教えてくれ。 パリかロンドンか。
秋葉原よ。つい昨日もあったろうが。
Yesterday. Makise. Makise.
おお助手
助手じゃない。マキセ・クリス。
クリスティーナと言ってくれないとわからないではないか。
He tells you her name is Makise, and yet you still call her Christina. You're doing this on purpose. You absolutely have to be. Your memory just can't be this bad.
クリスティーナでもねえよ。何度言わせんのよ。
お前は相変わらずキャンキャンとうるさいな。
誰のせいだ。誰の。
ちょっと待て。お前なぜ俺の電話番号を知っている？
Something's not right here. It's not like Karisu's free of suspicion. She could still be a spy. Okay, so here's my $1,000,000 question to you then. If Karisu is a spy, why would the organization kill their own spy before they have a chance to actually really start spying on you, like they did in the original timeline? Care to explain that to me, genius?
橋田さんに教えてもらったの。
なんだつまらんオチだな。それでどうかしたのか助手。
I was expecting him to be angry with that, actually.
助手じゃないって言っとろうが。反論するのもバカらしくなってきた。あんた今どこ？
柳林神社に向かっているところだが。
あ、そう。じゃあね。
あえあなんだ今の嫌がらせか嫌がらせなのか
Something tells me we're going to have company on our trip to the shrine. How dare my assistant treat me like this? I shall scold her most harshly next time we meet. She thinks she's all that just because her thesis was published in Science magazine. Hey, it's much farther along than you've ever gotten. Yep, knew it.
サイエンス誌に論文が載ったからなんだというのだ。
いきなり何よ。
When I arrive at Yanibayashi Shrine, I find my assistant waiting there for some reason. Come on, man. You can just put two and two together. You can't be this situationally you can't your situational awareness cannot be this impaired, right? She glares at me with her usual frown.
さっきの電話はなんだ？
あんたの居場所を聞いただけ。それでここに向かってるって言うから来た。
誰も呼んでいないのだが。
私も呼ばれた覚えはない。
Why is she always in such a bad mood? Well, why don't you really reflect on that for a good bit? If you do, I promise you, you will find the answer.
なぜ俺に会いに来た？
会いたくて会いに来たんじゃないから。勘違いしないで。
She just keeps those abusive words coming.
昨日別れ際に言われたことが気になって。
何のことだ？
IBN5100 それにセルン。
貴様、機関ではなくセルンのスパイだったか。この俺を殺しに来たのだな。そんなことだろうと思っていた。いかにも人を殺しそうな顔をしているからな。
CERN, organization, Committee 300. At this point, is there really any difference? Functionally speaking? The way I see it, it's all part of the same damn conglomerate regardless, so... Might as well treat anybody... You might as well treat any suspicious man or woman in black like a potential threat and have a taser or something handy just in case.
どんな顔よ。失礼だな。
Hey, speak of the devil, welcome to the stream, Liz25. Hey, I didn't expect to stream today. Well, I want to try to get something done today and hopefully tomorrow as well, because today and tomorrow are the only days off I have here that I think I'm going to be able to actually do streams. I have actually got my hands on some on episodes for Higurashi Go and Sotsu. I just have yet to sit down and actually record myself watching them. And I need to figure out I need to figure out a good time to schedule myself on my own off time for that, because you know, work and classes and other things of that nature constantly keep me freaking busy. And I also still got Lamination International I gotta worry about too, so it's just, yeah, constant balancing act. You know, it's pretty much the same old, but I'm gonna figure something out. But the important thing is, I do have that. I do have the episodes on hand. I just need to actually work on them. But other than that, yeah, like I said, I just wanted to try to get some. I wanted to try to take advantage of today and tomorrow, because these are the only days I have this week I can reliably get something done for the channel. So I'm trying to take advantage of that while I still have the opportunity. Everything else is just kind of a crapshoot as far as the rest of this week goes. And Ammonius, welcome to the stream. Mall cashier, are you paying with cash or credits? Okabe, you cur. Those eyes, it's the eyes of someone who knows I've been torrenting this season's anime. I could actually picture that happening. And the poor cashier is just horribly confused and probably say something like, "Sir, we sell coffee and donuts here, not anime." Anyway, great timing though, since I just got back from the pool. Well, I hope you had a good swim. I need to get into the pool more myself.
あんた、少しは落ち着いたら？いつもふざけたことばかり言って。とても私より年上には見えない。
Actually, Liz, since I got you on here, Sergey wants to know if what you've been telling me about some bits of story content for Steins Gate being locked after you complete a first run is actually true or not, because I believe it's you who's been telling me that I need to go back. That I've been needing to go back and check out certain portions of the story and trying out different things with my phone and what have you, in order to see new scenes, lest I risk locking myself out of being able to access them altogether by the time I get to my first ending. I believe it's you who's been telling me that all that stuff for that reason, yeah. But yeah, Sergey, he's also in the chat. He kind of wants to be filled in on that. If you're willing to humor us on that, I hope it's not. I hope it won't be too much of an inconvenience. But I just wanted to just ask you about that while you're here, while it was still fresh on my mind.
Ochitsuku ka. お前にはわかるまい。常に身の危機にさらされ、逃亡に次ぐ逃亡を重ねてきた。これまでの俺の人生。
ええ、そんなヨタ話は全くわからない。
俺に喧嘩を売りに来たのか？
IBN5100 とセルンって組み合わせに興味が湧いただけよ。
そうではなく、お前が興味を持ったのはセルンでタイムマシン研究が行われていることだろ。素直になれ。
うるさいな。タイムマシンになんか興味ないわよ。それより IBN5100 は見つかったの？
She's really got the Tsundere personality type nailed down to a T.
それを確かめに来た。
Kurisu looks up at Yanibayashi's shrine's small archway.
神社に？
そうだ。
Then, with timing, a beautiful girl, a boy, dressed in Maiko garb, appears from the nearby shrine office, holding a bamboo broom.
京馬さん、こんにちは。
ルカ子よ。 お前、例のものはどうした？
Have what?
妖刀さみだれのことですか？
常に携帯しろと言っておいたはずだ。
すみません。でも掃き掃除の時は邪魔になるので。
Well, you could always try cleaning with a sword. I've done it once before. It's surprisingly fun. I don't remember exactly what I said, but you need to play the game 2 times anyway, because it activated one ending and you lock yourself out of the other one. Okay, maybe it's endings. Maybe it's endings that you said, rather than just straight up bits of story content, and I'm just misremembering, which is possible, knowing me. Oh gods, it's the trap. The trappiest of traps. The most feminine trap that has ever existed. At least in this universe. Constantly feeling like being assassinated? Tell Takumi about it. Yeah, he's got experience. He could probably give you some useful tips. Oh, whoops.
掃き掃除の最中に乗っ取られたらどうするつもりだ？誰も助けてはくれんぞ。
そうですね。以後気をつけます。
ねえ、さっきから2人で何の話をしてるのよ。
Don't ask. Lukaku finally notices Kurisu and gives me a puzzled look.
こちらの方は
助手だ。
違うわよ。っていうか何よその適当な紹介の仕方は。
A simple
俺は
one.
事実を述べたまでだ、クリスティーナ。
日本の方じゃないんですか？
日本の方です。
それよりルカ子、お前の父上と話を。
待て！紹介しなさいよ、ちゃんと。
紹介されたいのか？ちゃんと？
この状況で紹介されない方が不自然だろうが。
俺はお前をルカ子に紹介するためにここに来たのではない。
紹介するぐらい10秒もかからないのに、あくまで拒否するんか、あんたは。
You mean the 10 seconds that it's taken you to argue about this fact?
喧嘩は。
Lukaku's flustered. Looks like he thinks we're fighting. Well, you kinda are.
こいつはマキセ・クリス、助手だ。
うん、もういい。もう助手でいい。
よろしくお願いします、マキセさん。漆原ルカです。
よろしく。おいくつなの？
今年で17です。
私の1個下か。
そうなんですか？マキセさん、とても大人っぽくて1歳違いには見えないんです。
What do I even say to this? What do I say to this? I want to say something, but I don't know what to say.
つまり老け顔ということだな。
You know, if you're not careful, Okabe, she might stick a sharp rock in your armpit. She glares at me.
いえ、違います。綺麗だっていう意味ですから。
She's like the best version of tsundere. That she is, so far. At least I'm not getting physically beaten for my troubles, like some tsundere would be more inclined to do when faced with my bullshittery. I'm back. Nothing seems to be locked after an ending. The only thing I see is that the phone trigger becomes less frustrating as there will be visual prompt after you finish any ending. Ah. I don't remember exactly. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess I ended up skipping your comment on accident, Sergey. Sorry about that. How the hell did I miss it? Yeah, it was the same on first run, LL. Like, what the fuck? Why do I always end up on this ending? Oh, right, the phone. Anyway, I guess I should have expected to stream today from all days, because if I remember correctly, it's the same day of the week as the last stream. Well, it's never consistent with me because of how my day job likes to schedule me from week to week. Some days I may have off days on, like, maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe a Thursday or Friday. It literally depends on what they feel like doing on a given week. It's never 1-to-1 ever. So I try to take advantage. I try to take advantage of it whenever I can.
Thanks. あなたはとても可愛らしいと思うわ。
But he's a guy. I probably shouldn't tell her that. The shock from learning the truth might be enough to make her go back to America.
くだらん社交辞令は終わったか。
いちいち言い方がムカつくわね。
ならばルカ子よ、お前の父上とお話ししたい。呼んできてはくれまいか。
はい、いいですけど、お父さんにお話って。
Computers. Good old-fashioned computers.
これは人類の未来に関わる重大な要件なのだ。
人類の
未来？
すぐ呼んできます。
Lukaku races into the shrine office. Anyway, wow, Master, you've obtained another apprentice. Sasuga Master. Hopefully he doesn't get jealous. By the way, by the things being locked out, I remember bringing up Chaos Head example, where you get extra scenes in the main story before the route itself, if you made the right delusions. Yeah, I remember being told that as well for my run on that here, and I thought I was being told, and again I thought the same was true for Steins Gate as well, but again, maybe I just misremembered what you actually told me, or misinterpreted. Well, I don't think I misinterpreted it at the time, but I'm probably just not remembering correctly or something. I honestly don't know, and honestly, does it really matter? He believes just about anything I say. He's really easy to deal with, unlike my rebellious assistant. That face. It's melting my heart. Chat. Help. Help! Karisu's sniffling should keep her too occupied to scold me for a while. Lukaku's father soon appears. Lukaku is pretty flustered. He's practically dragging his father behind him.
お父さん、早く早く。
ちょっと待ってくれ。そんなにせかされても転んでしまうよ。
だって人類の未来がかかっているんだよ。
そうか。それは大変だな。
I met Lukaku's father several times before. He's a gentle, respectable adult, with the exception of how he raised Lukaku. Apparently, the reason Lukaku wears Miko garb is because his father requested it. Maybe his dad's a pervert. Well, to be fair, that was pretty much my first thought too when I learned this little tidbit. No, it's not like I mean to mock the Shinto priesthood or anything like that.
やあ、オーイン君、久しぶり。いつもルカがお世話になっていますね。
いえ、こちらこそ。
彼の名前は法王院じゃなくて岡部ですよ。
え、そうなのですか？
Assistant! How dare you contradict me in front of the guest?
ジョッシュ、話がややこしくなるから喋るな。
事実を言っただけじゃない。
Sometimes the truth complicates matters, milady. What'd she come here for?
ルカから法王院君だと聞かされていたからすっかりそう信じていたが、いやー、もしかしてこれはルカに一杯食わされたかな。
Pretty sure they said their lines out of order in English. Because I'm pretty sure Mirai means future, not mankind. I believe you are correct. The cutest, holy shit. Who, Lukaka? Yeah, I find it hard to disagree. I guess it's the case of ordering order being reversed in Japanese. Where I live is EU. Where I live, EU is UE. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. Okabe can be accurate with his world-ending nonsense sometimes. Yeah, being accidentally accurate is often the worst kind of accurate, because usually, at least in my personal anecdotal experience, when I'm accidentally accurate about something, it usually does not bode well for me. Nah, that Mikase face. Oh. But Lukaku is definitely cute. Hey, both statements can be
お
true.
父さん、そうじゃなくて、岡部さんは本名で法王院という名前は
俺は法王院です。
岡部倫太郎って親がつけてくれた名前でしょ。それを否定するの？
いいから黙れ、ザゾンビ。
Well, you brought this on yourself. You've now been demoted to zombie.
誰がゾンビだ？
仲が良くていいですね。
Lukaku's father looks at Kurisu.
あなたもルカのお友達ですか？これからもルカと仲良くしてやってくださいね。
私は。
この子は見ての通りとても可憐な子ですから。
お父さん、やめてよ。
Yeah, I can see he's delicate, but that's probably your fault now, isn't it? Miko is a Japanese word, just read as if it were a Japanese name, not Maiko, Miko. Yep, in reference to the female shrine caretakers, the priestesses. There's a male equivalent whose name I'm forgetting right now for some reason, but yeah. Miko refers to the priestess at Shinto shrines. At least in Japan. Wait, did I just skip something? Nope. Oh wait, yes. Kurisu looks like she's going to cry for some reason. What's wrong? Is she upset that Luca's father assumes she's a friend? I suspect daddy issues. Kurisu notices my stare and quickly turns away.
それで法王院君、私に何か用事だとか。
That's right. This is no time for idle chatter. This meeting will shape the course of Ragnarok. The future of mankind is, well, whatever. Our hero, ladies and gentlemen, and he's indifferent to the plight of all humanity. Truly the one hero that we all deserve. I'm a mad scientist, not some sort of hero. Now, you don't need to be humble. You are indeed the hero we deserve. Anyway, I explained to Lukaku's father that I need an IBN 5100. I then asked him if that retro PC was donated to Yanabayashi Shrine. Of course, I don't disclose any classified information, like how we plan to hack CERN or how this is all related to time machine research.
奉納という言い方がふさわしいかどうかは分かりませんが、この神社には確かに9年ほど前に預けられた古い PC がありますよ。
No way. Really?
それだ。それに間違いないです。
ちょっと待っていてください。今持ってきましょう。
Lukaku's father comes back in about 10 minutes. I just had a thought. Considering how heavy this son of a bitch was to get back to our home base in the last route, or rather technically the first route that we're still technically on, is Kurisu going to help us carry this thing back this time? Or is it just going to be Okabe and Kurisu that's going to be carrying it back, and Luka is going to be staying behind? Or are all three of us going to carry it? Curiouser and curiouser. Lukaku's father comes back in about 10 minutes. His face is bright red, and he's carrying a large cardboard box. His gait is fairly unsteady. I wonder if he'll be okay.
探すのに手こずってしまいました。おそらくこれだと思います。
Lukaku's father places the box on the ground and takes a deep breath as he rubs his back. Was it that heavy? I thanked him and take a look inside.
これが IBN 5100。
Inside is a simple computer with an integrated monitor. The monitor is only about as big as a GPS screen. I compare it to the IBN 5100 image I got from Shining Finger. They look very similar.
ここを見てください。
Lukaku points to the logo between the tape drive and the monitor. It says IBN 5100 portable computer.
我ついに秋葉の都市伝説を解明する。
I like how the father just goes along with it not to be disrespectful. Well, I think that's just a Japanese thing in general. Is that they're very polite. They're very anal about being outwardly polite to people, even if they secretly actually dislike you or disrespect you deep down. They're masters at politely disrespecting people that they take umbrage with in some way, shape, or form. It's actually kind of funny when you actually understand that. When you actually understand that it's a cultural thing, and you actually see it play out in action, and you're able to learn how to read in between the lines. You can kind of make a game out of it almost. I just noticed when you read it, but I tried writing the comment without repeating, I'm pretty sure, only to end up repeating it when editing the comment before sending it. I love my mind. It sounds like you and I have a similar issue when it comes to our minds, Liz. Birds of a feather? Makise Ikuri, sir. Well, she is a scientist. Curiosity is part of the profession. Sorry for all the constant coughing. I mean, as you can tell, I'm still getting over all my infections. Not as bad as it was even a couple of days ago, but still got some residual symptoms. This is a Phantom PC of Akihabara. It's in excellent condition. There's only a thin layer of dust on it. but it looks like we'll need to plug it in to see if it works. Now, the problem is whether Lukaku's father will lend it to me or not.
漆原担当直入にお聞きしたいのですが
I wonder, can I actually technically skip any of these things? No, guess not.
この PC を貸してもらうことは可能ですか
いいですよ。
そんなあっさりと
Is it okay for a priest to just lend property out like that? Items which are donated to the shrine? I've never heard of anything like that. That's why I was expecting him to refuse.
これを私どもに預けた方から当時言われたのですよ。いつかこのパソコンをどうしても必要だとする若者が現れるから、その時は快く貸してもらって構わないとね。まさか本当にこうして現れるとは思いませんでしたよ。というか、私もそのことづてのことはついさっきまで忘れていたぐらいです。ですからこれは法王院君にお貸ししましょう。ただし使い終わったら必ず返してくださいね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
That's assuming, of course, that I live long enough to return it to you. And that's also, of course, assuming all my snooping throughout CERN's data banks won't end up getting me killed. I bow deeply, but in my heart I'm grinning like a madman. I can't stop laughing. Things are going even better than I anticipated. It's almost like everything's being handed to me on a silver platter. And again, that's what I find suspicious. Now certain secrets will be laid to bear. We can expose their wicked research, and possibly even gather hints on how to build a time machine. And then, I can beat them to the punch and complete the first time machine in human history. Now I have to get the IBN 5100 back to the lab. But unfortunately, I don't have a car to transport it. In fact, I don't even have a license. Same goes for my assistant.
アメリカでは16歳から普通免許を取れるというではないか。にもかかわらず持っていないのか
You need to have a permit to start driving at 16 years old. And the thing with that is when you have a driver's permit rather than a driver's license, you need to have a legal adult that actually has their own driver's license with them present in the car with you as you are driving the car if you're only driving on a permit. Of course, if you're an actual adult and you can actually just shoot for a straight-up license, then congratulations, you don't need to have another licensee in the car with you. You can just drive by yourself. But when you're 16 years old under United States jurisdiction, you still legally count as a minor. So therefore, the best that you can hope to get before turning 18 is just a permit, and that still has some restrictions required by law.
何よ、悪い？向こうじゃ研究漬けだったのよ。
青春を無駄に過ごしているな。
あんたを見てるとそうとも思えないけど、むしろ私の方がよっぽど有意義な過ごし方してると思う。
Touche. I like that he doesn't even disagree.
喧嘩は良くないです。
Lukaku's flustered again. It's okay, Luka. This is just something that mommy and daddy gotta do in order to release pressure out of the valves every now and then.
ルカ子、今日は助かった。改めて父上には礼を言っておいてくれ。
Lukaku's dad has already returned to the shrine office. Lukaku nods.
あなたのお父さん、素敵な人ね。
A lovely man who has raised a very lovely son. Lukaku and I freeze at my assistant's nonchalant words.
お父さんは結
Kurisu, I think you might have said something that might have touched a nerve.
はい。
そうか、助手よ。お前は親父好きだったか。
二人とも勘違いするな。そういう意味じゃない。
お父さんは渡せません。
泣かないでよ。私が言ったのは親子で仲が良くて羨ましいなってこと。それ以上の意味はないから。
そうでしたか。すみません、変な勘違いして。僕はなんで失礼なことを。
All this emotional hysteria is making me thirsty.
だから泣かないでよ。誤解が解けたならもうそれでいい。
だが心の奥底ではルカパパへの募る思いが。
Shut up, man.
ねえよ。
Christina turns away. I decided to leave it at that. Angering her any further could lead to violence. Yeah, we can't have that. You wouldn't survive.
さみだれでの素振りを忘れるなよ。
Is it okay? I'm just now noticing this, but the pin in Luca's hair has a skull on it. I didn't notice until just now, I think. Huh. I wonder if that's supposed to be some kind of little, very subtle little cue in Luca's design that's supposed to maybe tip off. Maybe it's supposed to tip off the player that she is actually a he. Maybe. I mean, or maybe there's some other significant little detail to the skull that I'm probably just not grasping here. I don't know. I'm just trying to guess what the skull could be for as far as character symbolism goes, and I'm probably way off base. But I just felt like, if nothing else, I should mention I just now noticing that the thing is actually a skull.
頑張ります。エルサイこんがり。
El Sai Kangaroo.
コングルーだ。いい加減覚えろ。
Yeah, it's probably a case of this scene being too big of a pain to code the skip function because of Kurisu, who would stop it non-stop. Probably. Also, with this series, there's some extra content on the games. You willing to see them? You're talking about extra media like manga and drama CDs and stuff of that nature, right? Maybe. Maybe. I guess it depends on whether or not there's English translations for them. Number one. After that, I would have to think about it.
すみません。
ちょっとあんた、女の子をいじめるなんて最低じゃない？
Took you a while to notice. Yeah. Well, to be perfectly honest, sometimes my observational skills are a bit lacking too at times, and usually I pride myself on them. But every so often, they fail, and when they do, it'll often be in very, at least to me, spectacular ways. Case in point, failing to notice a tiny little detail like Luca's hairpin. Yeah, there's a few. Then yeah, I guess I'll just have to take a look at what they are here, and then just make up my mind about them. But that's probably a good ways off yet, regardless. So You're welcome to bring my attention to the specific types of media related to Steins Gate, and then I'll just at least make a mental note of them, if nothing else. I wouldn't know. Lukaku is a guy. I ignore Christina and lift up the box of the IBN 5100 inside. Don't break your spine. So heavy I can barely get it off the ground. I put it down for now. Now I know why Lukaku's father was red in the face when he carried this thing. Well, it is pretty heavy. Old PCs were about 25 kilograms. Seems like something about 55 pounds, whatever that is. Don't understand pounds. Yeah, I think us Americans are probably the only people on the face of the earth that uses the pound system. Same way that we use miles rather than kilometers when measuring distance. But yeah, for us, so for your average American, a PC weighing about 55 pounds definitely would be heavy. The issue with moving the issue I could possibly have with moving a computer like an IBM 5100 is maybe its size and dimensions, and getting a good grip on it with that weight. Because me being the gym rat that I am, I can basically say that a lot of the issue with lifting heavy things in general is often the dimensions of the thing itself, rather than just the raw weight of the object in question. Although the raw weight of the object in question certainly can be a hurdle, because at the end of the day, if you can't lift a dumbbell that's like 50 pounds or something, then you just can't lift one. It doesn't matter how small you can make it. If it's that heavy and you just can't lift it, then you just can't lift it. But if you are able to lift a dumbbell that heavy here, then when it's a small little object that you can hold in a single hand, that's certainly one thing. But try spreading those 50 pounds around in a much bigger object that's about the size of your torso or something. Like maybe the top of, for example, maybe the top of a regular sized desk or something like that. Carrying something with those dimensions with that much weight can be tricky, because it distributes the weight of the object over a much wider radius that you have to account for when you're lifting the object in question. So rather than just having a dumbbell that you can just hold in a single hand here, and then just a single hand here, you may have to hold an object that you may have to hold up to your torso, or in the most extreme cases, you have to wrap your arms around from shoulder to shoulder. You try to get a wide grip on there while lifting something that much weight. Lifting big, heavy objects can be tricky if you don't know what you're doing and you can't get a good grip on it. Which is why if you're going furniture shopping, for example, and all that, it's often a good idea to have at least one other person help you lift big, heavy objects. Because even if you got the raw strength to be able to lift something that heavy, if your arms and hands can't get a good grip on the thing, it doesn't matter how strong you are, it's going to slip out of your grip, and you're going to either damage the thing, damage your foot, or both. So my point of all this is, something like the IBN 5100 is something I know I can say for certain, just by pure weight, I could lift without any issue whatsoever. The real question I would have here is how troublesome would it be for me to lift because of its dimensions, in addition to its weight. That's the one thing I'm curious about more than anything. They should have brought a shopping cart or some platform on wheels. Well, you can't. Sadly, a lot of places, that's kind of illegal to do. You can't just take a random shopping cart from somewhere, from some random grocery store or something like that, and just use that. You might get the cops called on you. Worst case scenario. What they should bring is a trolley. Bring straps. Those are a lifesaver. If you're gonna carry someone on your back, most definitely.
そんなに重いんですか？
なんじゃくね。CRT のモニターぐらいの大きさなのに。
ならばお前が持ってみるがいい。俺の言葉が間違いではないとわかるはずだ。
Kurisu sighs, grabs both ends of the cardboard box, and lifts. She strains with all her might, but gives up without lifting it even a centimeter.
すごく重いです。
She blushes slightly, but still maintains her usual frown. My assistant seems to have a strong competitive spirit.
30キロくらいあるんじゃない？これ。台車か何か借りた方がいいかもね。漆原さん、この神社に台車ない？
あるんですけど、実は壊れちゃってて。すみません。
Oof.
そう。他に借りられそうなところは？
いや、台車は必要ない。
だったらどうやって持って帰るの？ここからあんたのボロラボまで歩くと10分くらいかかるわよ。
一人では重すぎてきついかもしれないが、二人ならば別だ。俺とお前で持っていけばいい。そのための助手だろう。
You could just make life easier for yourself and just get the proper tools you need to move this thing without literally breaking your backs in the process. You know, work smarter, not harder.
このためなのか。まあ、二人で運ぶならなんとかなるかもね。だが断る。
Oh, I see. You're gonna have me and Luca carry it, huh?
Eh?
Now, you don't get how this works. I'm weak, and so is Luca. But together, us three amigos, we are mighty. We are strong. We can conquer the fucking galaxy. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Kurisu? We could conquer galaxies working together. But we cannot do that if all three of us don't put all our legs and hands together and lift this son of a bitch to the lab.
断るって言ったのよ。
You want to be queen of the universe, my lady? Then you might want to bend over and lift along with the rest of us.
だが断ると言ったか。
The greatest tyrants in all of history didn't get their empires handed to them on silver platters, my lady. They had to work for them.
うるさいな。そうよ。断ったのよ。
But I refuse is a famous manga quote. Could Kurisu be an at-Chandler? No, she is just flat out denying godhood, like a simple-minded fool.
私はもともと知識を貸すってことでラボ面にさせられたのよ。よってこの場合、次の回を導ける。力仕事は無理。
But you're working your brain. Your brain is a physical object, encased within your physical body. Therefore, it is physically laborious for you to work your brain. If you can do one type of physical labor, milady, then surely you can do other types of physical labor too.
そうか。
My logic is flawless. It's undeniable.
とりあえず俺は頑張って運ぶつもりだが。
By the way, now that you mentioned the driving license specifics in your country, I remembered that we used to have pretty lax law on driving cars about 20 years ago. One of my classmates even had his own car. I actually recently learned this little bit of random trivia about India of all places, but apparently it's kind of like a demolition derby over there, to my understanding, in regards to how traffic laws in general are enforced over in that part of the world. And they are apparently also very notorious for having a shit ton of aggressive drivers because of it. Driving around in a country like India is literally putting your own life and other people's lives on the line. And you gotta be willing to do whatever it takes to get from point A to point B. Now, this is something I've just heard offhand, so, take what I said here with a grain of salt. But it would not surprise me in the slightest that there are indeed countries around the world where road traffic laws may as well be a formality, and in practice, everybody just treats the whole damn thing like it's the survival of the fittest. In which case, well, good on those countries for somehow managing to still stay functional in spite of having non-existent traffic laws. But I'm going to look at countries that practice that sort of thing and think to myself, how is their entire country not covered in skid marks? And I think that's a fairly fair question to ask, all things considered, because I've seen my fair share of really stupid and aggressive drivers here in the US of A, and let me tell you, if they had their way, I'd be seeing a lot more damage around my hometown than what they could get, than what they would normally be getting involved in or getting away with. I know that for a fact, okay? And there are places around the world where it's just anything goes. So yeah, needless to say, it's driving around the United States is definitely not perfect. We definitely have our problem drivers for sure, but we definitely have something that is mostly functional over here. And in the case of minors driving around, well, yeah, it's definitely a good law to have, because I was a teenager once myself. I've been around other teenagers. Normally, I would be very hesitant to trust any random teenager with a car, especially if they have any semblance of risk-taking initiatives within them. I mean, the statistics bear out, okay? When you look at the age demographics in regards to the amount of people who get into the most traffic accidents on average, it's usually the young people that always get into the most traffic accidents compared to people in their 30s or their 40s, you name it. And inexperience is definitely one major factor. Pure youthful recklessness is definitely the biggest contributing factor. And on a somewhat related note, wait. Yeah, okay, yeah, I did actually have a permit very briefly, but it was only for like a few months because I immediately decided to get a full-on license just a few months afterward. So it was just a small little time window to where it might as well have not really existed for me. It's kind of like a formality thing that I had to do here, that they wanted to test me to see if I could at least qualify for a permit first before I could actually go for a full straight license. Because a lot of places here in the United States will definitely, especially depending on the state in question that you live in, will have you go through that process where they'll have you test for a permit first before you can test for getting a full license, rather than just going straight for the license, even if you're of legal age. The unskippable, but I refuse. Oh, right. Well, Steins Gate is some. There's a lot of comments I gotta catch up on here. Hold on a second. Forgot that she was a girl. Who, Luca? Yeah, it's pretty damn easy to forget that, to be fair. Because, I mean, look at him. Listen to him. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. chances are it is a duck, but in this case, this is one of those rare instances where 9 times out of 10 it's not. Well, actually, wait, no, I was going to say that wrong. 9 times out of 10, usually if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is most certainly a duck. But Luca is one of those rare instances where you got that one out of the 9 out of 10 scenario that actually turns out to be a dude, despite looking like a duck and quacking like a duck. And let me tell you, I most certainly, unironically, thought I was talking to a duck before I found out that the duck was a goose. And it honked at me. And the game did not let me live it down once I found that out the hard way. It rubbed my nose in it, like a dog being forced to have its nose rubbed in its own doo-doo on the carpet. Steins Gate is still better than Chaos Head, where you couldn't skip like 10 minutes scene. That was the same in some routes. Festive one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that was a major annoyance for me personally when it came to Chaos Head. When I knew I was going through scenes that were one for one, just repeats of the same ones, even if I was in completely different character routes. But for some reason, they just force you to go through them regardless. It was just, it made replaying certain segments of it kind of annoying, to be fair. But it wasn't a major inconvenience. Kurisu can't report Okabe for workforce abuse if she doesn't admit to being the assistant. True. Maybe Kurisu's actually maybe Kurisu actually knows that, and she's actually being very smart about what she actually says to her boss. Threesome Formation Squad. I'll tell you one thing, it'd certainly make for a very interesting threesome, these three. But I refuse as a famous Rohan scene from JoJo's Diamond is Unbreakable. Yeah, now that you mention it, he does say that a lot, doesn't he? The unskippable scene was with Naruse talking, and that ends in him throwing the frog into the trash can, if I remember correctly. And I think it also had Fess having flashbacks to when she was tortured. Don't remember if those two scenes were back to back or if they were separated. I think they were separated, if memory serves. The entirety of law can be a formality in some cases. True. Very true. I feel like I'm coming to find that out the hard way, even in certain instances here in the United States. Some laws are indeed a formality when you look at how they're actually enforced. For better or worse. Although I would argue in most cases it's usually worse. Now, of course, that would be impossible in Russia, but the guy used to commute to the high school by his own car then. I don't really. Well, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't really know shit about. I don't really know shit about Russia when it comes to their driving laws. Or there's a lot of stuff I don't know about Russia, to be fair. But yeah, I had a permit for the sake of it, but it had long expired without me ever using it. I can't risk life with constant multitasking if I can just take public transport. He's not a goose, he's a majestic swan. Yeah, you're right. He is certainly majestic, if nothing else. Yeah, the problem with public transport is that how time consuming it is to get from wherever it is that you need to go, compared to just driving your own car At least with my own car, I can go to any store I need to go to any business I need to go to, any school in this case, because take classes. Like I said, I could go literally anywhere I want, and I don't have to follow specific routes or specific time schedules or time slots like you would have to do with public transport. And you don't have to factor all, the rest of the public who may also be using that same public transport as you into account as well. The problem with, yeah, because at least with a car, I could probably visit multiple locations all around my hometown and get some shopping done, take care of some errands, etc., etc. within like maybe an hour or two at the most, depending on how many places I need to visit. But if I tried to get it all done via public transport, it would probably take me at least twice as long, if not longer, to do that, because because of all these because all the factors unique to public transport that you got to take into account when traveling from place to place. And God forbid should anything go wrong while you're at any of your stops that would delay you and force you to miss a stop for a public bus or something like that. Then guess what? It's going to take you even longer than what you may have initially assumed it would to get all your stuff done. And God help you if you happen to be doing this long enough into the day and the buses stop running before you're able to get back home. Then you're basically screwed. At least with a car, as long as you got gas in the tank and you know the oil checks out and everything else, you can just ride around town at 2 in the morning and you'd still be able to get yourself home anytime that you want without much issue. You can't really do that with public transport in a lot of places, depending on where you live. I speak from experience, and there was indeed a couple times where I actually found myself being forced to basically have people pick me up at certain bus stops and all that because I wasn't able to get certain business done on time because I was running around the whole day, going from place to place using public transport. It was not fun. But when I have a car, I don't have to worry about that. And let me tell you, I much rather have a shitty car that may occasionally have a few bits of mechanical problems from time to time, and be able to go anywhere I want to, anytime I want, on my own dime, and on my own time, rather than have to do public transport, if I can help it. And no, for everybody's information, I don't drive a shitty car. I'm just saying, a shitty ride is better than no ride at all, as my grandfather would be fond of saying. And I think there's wisdom in those words. You skipped the follow-up comment to the Steins Gate. Oh, I did. Did I? Let me see. Hold on. Steins Gate is still better than Chaos Head, where you couldn't skip like 10-minute scene in the same route. Are you sure I skipped that one? Because I'm pretty sure I actually addressed this. Actually, you actually made a follow-up comment about this unskippable scene thing here. So I ended up just treating the Steins Gate bit and the unskippable scene as kind of, more or less the same thing. And in this respect, yeah, again, I agree with you that the unskippable scenes in Chaos Head, when I was going through them on my initial run, were certainly annoying. When I figured out here that there was no differences whatsoever in how they played out, even if you were on different character routes, which made them annoying to go through. But so far, from what I've been seeing here in in Steins Gate, that issue has been significantly toned down, from what I can tell. But also, to be fair, I'm still on the first story route, technically speaking. I haven't even got to my first ending yet. I don't know how it's going to play out when I get to the other story routes yet. I'm hoping that'll be better than Chaos Head Noah was in this regard, but only time will tell, I suppose. But so far, I am indeed liking more how Steins Gate handles its story progression. All right, hold on a second. Trying to figure out where I am here with your guys' comments. Apparently YouTube removed it from top chat for words. Did it? You sure? In a high traffic city, going anywhere by car is often hardly faster. Well, I don't live in a city, so that's probably why I find it generally easier to just drive myself around it from place to place. I would honestly recommend that if you're able to. Just maybe you live in a suburban area or even a rural area if you're able to. And one of the big reasons is, you know, freedom of movement. A lot less traffic that you have to deal with compared to living in a much more crowded city where traffic can get congested quite a lot all throughout the day or the evening. I never lived in a city, to be fair. But I have been in cities throughout my life here, either through visits and other things of that nature, to know that the traffic by itself would be a major turnoff for me when it comes to actually living in a city. One factor out of many. But yeah, I've been living in suburban areas my whole life pretty much. Even now. YouTube chat can show posts up as sent, but not actually send them through any specific words. Well, in case you're interested, I can talk about some things in Russia, compare things, etc. Like, if what I hear is correct, and I know that you in the USA almost everything is done through emails, true? If you're talking about things like filling out job applications and job applications, sharing business documents between employees of a company that you're working with and other things of that nature, we do everything through emails. Yeah, for the most part, that's true. Although when it comes to things like banking, for example, you can have physical letters delivered to your address here for things like bank statements and other things of that nature. But a lot of places all throughout our country and everything, whether it's business related, job related, banking, etc., 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 they definitely try to make you do everything digitally wherever possible. But there are still a few holdouts in a few places here where you can get physical paper, can do things through physical paperwork. Some places will, for example, when it comes to finding a job in a local area here around these parts, will either require you or allow you to fill in a physical job application, along with delivering a physical resume. But most places around here would actually prefer for you to fill out an application and attach a digital resume on the website and file it in that way, for example. It mostly depends, but I'd say about 7 to 8 times out of 10, we do a lot of things digitally over doing things physically, like on paper. Anyway, yeah, you're more than welcome to talk. You're more welcome to tell me about all the things that are different in Russia if you want. I definitely wouldn't be against it. Speaking of, characters in Steins using emails as chat shocks me as a modern internet user. Well, most people nowadays tend to communicate through social media or text messaging. From what I see. Most people don't even bother with emails when it comes to actually directly communicating with each other. Although ironically, I would probably say that email communication, especially if you're using something that's got some encryption built into it here, might actually be one of the more secure ways for people to communicate with each other if they actually bothered to use them. But texting and social media and communicating through social media platforms is just a lot more faster and more convenient for people, which is why I think that most people just tend to use those over emails in general. There were actually some acquaintances back during my school days I actually did used to communicate with via email, but as we got older, we just stopped doing that and we just stuck to text messages and social media apps here to communicate. So yeah, it's just a convenience thing, I think, more than anything, as to why most people don't bother with using emails, even though that is still an option that we could use if we really wanted to. Oh, okay, so before writing about the unskippable scene was that Steins Gate better comment you read was part 1 of full comment. Okay, let me go back. Steins Gate is still better than Chaos Head, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, Steins Gate is still better than Chaos Head, where you couldn't skip like 10-minute scene. That was the same in some routes. Fest 1, if I remember correctly. The unskippable scene was Neosekken talking that ends with him throwing the frog into the trash can, if I remember correctly. And I think it also had Fest having a flashback to when she was tortured. Don't remember if those two scenes were back to back or if they were... Why are you not scrolling down? Or if they were separated. Yeah, it was those comments, right? Liz 25. I'm pretty sure I've read them. I've read them multiple times now. Unless there is some of your comments are getting censored by YouTube's chat feature or something like that. In which case, well, I don't think there's really anything I can do about that. This is YouTube we're talking about. I don't even have anybody moderating the chat. So it's gotta be something on YouTube's end if comments of yours are disappearing on us. Could you open up a deposit in a bank without going there in USA? For example, this topic. I know you can do that for Swiss bank accounts if you don't. If you're an American, you can open Swiss bank accounts in foreign countries. But for here in the United States, I actually honestly don't know. I want to say it is possible, depending on the type of bank, because, I mean, I would figure that since me being American can actually open up bank accounts in foreign countries, if it's something like, say, a Swiss bank account, since that's a possibility, I can't see why it wouldn't be possible to do it the other way around, too. If I was outside the United States and I wanted to open a bank account with a bank that is hosted primarily in the United States. But unfortunately, I actually don't know for sure whether or not it's actually possible to do that, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, sadly, I can't really help you there, I'm afraid. I tend to just mostly, when it comes to banking, I usually stick with credit unions, and credit unions are mostly usually local styles of banks more than anything. So, I would say, unless you're going, I would say your best bet if it would be possible for a non-American to open a bank account with an American bank, would be to go with an actual international chain, like maybe Bank of America or something like that, rather than a credit union. I wish I could be more help on this front, but I mean, I don't really do much in terms of actual banking. I just mainly use banking to do online shopping, pay for a few monthly bills and things of that nature. I don't really do anything terribly extravagant with my banking ventures. Over here we have smartphone application where I can open a deposit in minutes if I want to. Is it possible? That. Yeah. You definitely can do that. You can make deposits into either checking or savings account, or even accounts that you have in multiple banks. And that you can do all that. You can do all that in the United States. I actually do a little bit of that myself. Actually, I had a bank account in another part of the country that I had opened before moving back to my hometown, and I ended up opening another bank account around here where I live now. So what I ended up doing in order to keep my credit score with my older account intact and everything was I basically linked the two accounts together. So what I'll do is I'll put money in one account, and then I'll do an external transfer over into the older original account, and then do my regular banking that way. But yeah, it's possible to do that through applications and things of that nature in the United States, for sure. Oh, okay. Top chat tries to filter quality posts. That's why it's best to always use live chat. Ah. Liz, if it's in 2 parts, I can only see up to Fez 1, if I remember correctly. Okay, I see. Anyway, I hope that answers your question, Sergey. Again, I don't really do anything terribly extravagant when it comes to my personal banking, so my knowledge on a lot of this stuff is admittedly pretty limited. But again, you definitely can open up multiple bank accounts in the United States, and you can transfer funds in between them and make deposits and withdrawals using smartphone applications for either the bank chains in question, or you can even do external transfers like what I also mentioned in between different bank chains, all of which can be done using smartphone applications. Steins Gate is still better than Chaos Head, where you couldn't skip like 10-minute scene. That was the same one route, only to make some people also skip following scene that looks similar, but has Remy missing and Takumi wanting to go full homo for Daisuke until he revealed his selfish reasons lifting him up. Okay, yeah, okay, I did not see that part. So it must have been YouTube censoring your comment. Okay, yeah, I didn't see that part. I'm sorry, Luca. We had you waiting for, what, a good solid 10 minutes now while I chatted with Chad about miscellaneous topics. You must be a bundle of nerves right about now. He twitches when he notices my look, then timidly raises his hand with tears in his eyes.
大丈夫なの？
頑張ります。
Unlike you, Kurisu, Luca is a real trooper.
いや、ルカ子、お前に手伝わせるわけにはいかん。俺が一人で何とかする。
いえ、そんな遠慮しないでください。僕、岡部さんのお役に立ちたくて。
Someone get leftists to complain about it. Well, that's definitely an option.
僕も手伝います。
YouTube is still mostly run by them, right?
私も。
That would definitely get some results done, I'm sure.
どうぞどうぞ。
Hey, Kurisu. Maybe if you're willing to help me and Luca, all three of us could take over YouTube together, in addition to the universe. Think of what we could do if we had control of YouTube. YouTube! Christina!
知らなかったのか、クリスティーナ。これこそがジャパニーズギャグというものだ。ルカ子よ、協力ご苦労。というわけで、この PC は俺と助手で運ぶから、お前は手伝わなくてもいいぞ。好意だけ受け取っておく。
はい、そういうことでしたら。
さあ、助手、自分から立候補した以上、もう拒否することは許さんぞ。持て、今すぐ持て。
はいはい。
Oh, hey, look at that. We got a proper CG image to use for today's for the stream thumbnail. Give me just a second to update it. Hey, no, I don't want you up. I want this up. Here we go. Now, give me just a minute to do my thing. Get you there. Would you freaking... There we go. Didn't want to cooperate with me for a second. Alright, there we go. Now let's replace this. Oh, you need to get my thing up. Content. Here we are. There we go. Much better. No difference there then. By the way, is it true that banking and any topics concerning money is considered a personal/private topic over there? Again, just curious. No further asking about it. Yeah, normally when it comes to people asking about financials and that sort of thing, usually it's on a need-to-know basis if it's talked about at all here. Like, for example, say did I happen? I don't know why I drew a blank just now, but yeah, I mean, it's not like it's not like as though it's something that you should never bring up in any conversation whatsoever, period, under any circumstances. It's nothing like that, but it can, depending on the context and also especially depending on the person, be a bit of a sore topic for to bring up with some people. Especially those who may have, shall we say, gambling problems. But if it's just for the sake of conversation, or maybe seeking a little bit of general financial advice from people, then most people won't really have an issue with you bringing stuff like that up under that context. But if you're rather trying to just ask somebody, you know, what. If you're trying to ask about a person, like, say, you know, what is it they spend their money on a monthly basis, like all the way down to, okay, what do you spend for bills? What do you spend for personal hobby related things or groceries or anything of that nature here? Then that could be a bit of a more touchy subject. Especially that could be a bit of a more touchy subject depending. Again, it's not something that, as far as I'm aware, there's a society-wide taboo about speaking about that sort of stuff in general. It's just it's mostly an individual case. It's an individual case-by-case basis thing, depending on the people in question here. Because obviously, if you're talking to somebody who may not be terribly great with managing their own financial income or resources, or maybe going through some financial hardships. Or if a person feels like as though you're just looking for reasons to criticize them and their lifestyle, then bringing up topics like finances and how people spend their money on a monthly or weekly basis may potentially be a very touchy subject with some people. But overall, I don't think there's really a society-wide taboo here in the States when it comes to just talking about financials in general with people. But one thing you should also take note of is I'm not the biggest social butterfly on the planet either, so my own knowledge, understanding on this might actually be a bit skewed because I'm not the most social person out there. My social circle throughout my life has actually been rather small. So I am willing to concede that at least on topics like this, my knowledge and understanding of it might not be completely accurate. So that's something that you should probably keep in mind. Yeah, I wish I could be more. I wish I could be more reliable about answering some of this stuff here. But I mean, I gotta be honest with you here when it comes to stuff like this, because I don't want to give you the false impression on how things are actually done here in the United States when it comes to these matters. Especially because, again, like I said here, I mean, this could be a topic this is a topic that concerns potential social taboos or lack thereof, or things of that nature, which is what you were asking in the first place. And I don't personally feel like as though I can say with 100% certainty that anything that I've told you here is indeed 100% factual, because I never really talked to enough people throughout my life here about stuff like this to really know for sure if at least from what my own personal observations on this kind of thing are indeed reflective of actual reality. All I can tell you is from what I've observed personally when it comes to observing other people, it's a case by case kind of basis kind of thing, and there's no outright social taboo to talking about finances here in the States. But yeah, I'm just repeating myself at this point, and I honestly don't know if I'm really explaining myself all that well. Interesting. That's one difference then. It's not considered a personal thing over here. More of a personal thing is anything about family or home. Yeah, that's how a number of people that I've known throughout the years and what I've observed throughout the years may treat it as here. But again, it depended on the person in question, because I have known people that have had that even to this day have serious issues managing their own personal finances, and just bringing up the topic of finances with them in general could be a bit of a risky endeavor, especially if it's a conversation that relates to those people in particular, because they might end up seeing it as you being critical of them, even if that may not necessarily be your intention. But I would also argue in cases of people like that here, that those people could potentially be acting overly insensitive, and just perceiving people asking about their finances and things like that as a potential vector of criticism against them, even if that's not what that person's actually doing. So usually I don't really talk about this. I personally don't really talk with people all that much about finances in general, let alone about them specifically, because I do know that there are some people. I do know that there are some people that could potentially react in such a way with me if I were to talk with them about stuff like that, especially if it pertains to them specifically. So I don't normally talk to people about that stuff, because I don't want to risk stepping on a potential landmine with them. Because at the end of the day, especially when it comes to how I interact with people in real life, I'm usually very risk averse, or rather conflict averse, and I try not to step on people's toes wherever I can, in most cases. Online, though, it can definitely be different. But in person, I'm definitely the sort of person that tries to avoid conflict at all times, wherever possible. Because it's one thing to get into a verbal sparring match with somebody over something, but when you're actually in front of another person and you know that there is always a potential risk that things could get physical, depending on how heated things could get, you're naturally going to be more careful with what topics you decide to bring up with certain people, especially if you know them well enough, whether it be related to finances or any other little personal topic for that matter. So my modus operandi basically goes, since finances can be a personal touchy subject for people in general, I don't bring it up unless they do it. It's usually the safest way. I usually personally find that to be the safest way to go about stuff like that, because if they're the one to bring it up first, then usually it won't. And then usually talking about it with them, I'll know that talking about with them will probably be a safe bet, and I can be more honest and straightforward with my line of questioning, my inquiries, and whatever else I may want to say about the topic. But if they do get upset with me regardless, depending on where I end up taking the conversation, then I can at least point out to them and say, well, hey, you're the one that brought up this whole thing in the first place. I mean, if you'd rather just drop it, then fine, you know? Because again, my goal is in conversations like that, especially if it's over potentially touchy subjects, is because I'm trying to be helpful. And if I feel like as though my attempt to be helpful could end up going south real quick, and I end up picking up on that to well in advance, I'll usually just try to find a way to de-escalate wherever I can. I'm starting to think if the other route had Okabe carry this thing with Luca instead and had no CG, then this one is more canon. Well, I could understand that line of thinking to be fair. Doesn't necessarily mean it's always the case, but yeah, to be fair, unless I was told otherwise, I would probably assume something similar myself. Oh yeah, different scenes with the phone email can trigger. That is indeed correct. I often find any topics about cultural differences are highly dependent on who's talking, since we only know our lives the best, and it can miss how many may be varied even within one town. Yeah, that's more or less what I was basically trying to say, but in much fewer words. And I know for a fact that my own perspective on a lot of this stuff is rather limited because of how very little I actually socialize with people outside in real life. I usually keep to myself in a lot of cases, so as a result here, my opportunities to actually talk with people in real life over any wide variety of random topics is usually very sparse. And because of that, I'm usually hesitant to talk in depth about a number of things, because in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking and just second guessing myself, thinking, okay, how much do I actually know about this thing that this person is wanting to converse with me about here? Do I know well enough here to where I could be reasonably confident and share whatever I know with them and not lead them astray with anything that's either incomplete, if not outright false? Or do I know for a fact that my perspective is limited on this thing, or in some way, shape, or form, and do I just keep quiet, or do I just let them lead the conversation? It's frustrating a lot of the times, I will admit, but I will also admit that a lot of it is pretty much my own fault, because I don't really go out of my way to put myself out there quite a lot, and I probably could just remedy it if I did that. But again, I just want to be upfront with you guys here, let you know here that I know that I don't know everything about pretty much almost any random topic outside of, like, I don't know, maybe outside of nerd hobbies and stuff like that. I don't have the widest range of knowledge on any wide variety of topics here, for better or worse. So if you ever want to engage with me on any number of random things, just bear that in mind and know that I'm definitely not in the ball game to try to lead anybody astray with anything I say about anything. Like, over here, everyone talks about their salaries, finances, etc. freely. Really? Okay, then I guess maybe it is. I guess maybe it is a very different thing in Russia then, because I mean, if it's just like if it's like a topic that's brought up in casual conversation, Like, you know, you're talking about the weather, or you're talking about some random thing you might have seen on the way to work when you're driving, or something like, you know, again, casual topic conversation, then yeah, I don't actually notice very many people ever really bring stuff like that up in any context, now that I think about it. Or be people that talk to each other at work, or people I know personally, or things like that. Most people, from what I've observed, tend to talk about literally anything, any other random little topic besides stuff like finances. They'll talk about sports, they'll talk about politics, they'll talk about, again, the weather like I mentioned. They may even talk about things they may have done with other friends of theirs during some random event things of that nature. But finances is something now that I think about it, I never hear anybody ever casually talk about, ever, in any setting. So maybe there is more of a taboo to finances here in the States than I may have initially assumed. Either that, or people just don't care. But again, I don't know for sure. But now that you got me thinking about it, yeah, most people don't actually casually bring something like finances up. They'd sooner talk about anything else other than money. Kurisu and I lift up the cardboard box. The burden's considerably easier when distributed between two people. It'd be even more easier if it was 3 people too.
なんで私たちお見合い状態なわけ?
Well, pure physics, number one. If you tried to lift a heavy box with your backs to each other, you're not going to be able to get your arms. You're not going to be able to get your arms underneath that thing as well if you were facing it as well as you were facing the box itself directly. So your grip is going to end up being looser and therefore weakened as a result, and therefore you're going to be more inclined to drop it. It kind of ties into what I was saying earlier when it comes to weight distribution between lifting heavy objects of varying sizes. You might have an easier, even if you're physically strong, you might have an easy time lifting a heavy dumbbell because it's a much smaller object that you can probably lift in just one hand. But if it's a big object like a big box or a desk or something like that, and it's got all that weight behind it too, then the real challenge comes in your ability to actually maintain a firm grip on it, in addition to being able to lift it and move it around. And if you can't do all 3 of those things, then guess what? You're going to struggle moving that big heavy object around, no matter how strong you may be in any other context. But there's no other way to hold it, so what can you do?
いいから行くぞ.
I start to walk out of the shrine.
なんだうるさいやつだな。
あんたね、前に進まないでよ。私が後ろ歩きしなくちゃいけないでしょ。横に動きなさい。
いいからキビキビ動け、助手。
Don't trip over yourselves, whatever you do.
聞いて。頼むから聞いて。後ろ歩きはさすがに無理。
Why? You worried that your butt's gonna hit somebody or something?
助手ならばできるはずだ。
期待してくれてどうも。でも無理。横歩きに変更求む。つうかしろ。変更しろ。転んじゃうから。
Here I was, hoping to get a little bit more of this scene before we got to the lab. How disappointing. One last off topic. Were you able to find time for finishing Danganronpa V3? Any thoughts? Unfortunately, I still haven't had time to pick that one back up yet. I've actually been occupying my free time when I'm not working on stuff related to the channel, playing Metroid Prime, actually. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is coming out in less than a month from now, so what I've been doing in my off time as of late is I've been replaying the Metroid Prime trilogy in my I've been replaying Metroid Prime trilogy in preparation for Metroid Prime 4. I just got done with playing the first one last night, as a matter of fact, and started replaying the second one. But yeah, V3. Yeah, I believe I'm still in chapter 5 of that one. Still in the early portion. Nobody got murdered. Nobody's been murdered yet. But I think I'm probably getting close to something happening in that one. But yeah, I have not completely forgotten about Danganronpa V3. It's just mostly other things just been occupying my time when it comes to things I've been wanting to play. Although, since you remind me of it, I guess I could take a break off Death Stranding. It's not like I'm having it's not like I'm having a huge amount of fun playing that thing regardless, so I think I could probably take a break and think about it. But yeah, don't worry. Believe me. As soon as I have not forgotten that I was going to tell you of my thoughts on V3 when I get around to finishing it. Again, I've just been occupied with other things. That, and I've got it on and I've been playing it on the Nintendo Switch, which, I mean, hey, I'm getting it for Metroid Prime 4, so I mean, I'll have an excuse to be playing that soon, my Switch again soon regardless, so yeah, I will find time to resume it eventually, just because I want to actually finish that thing at some point, rather than just have it sit around collecting dust. I just can't tell you when, because I just kind of jump in between things all over the place a lot of the time. I don't mind you reminding me though, because sometimes I do need reminders. Oh, it's already almost 3 a.m. Gotta go sleep. Tomorrow is the work day. Guess I'll be sleep deprived. A lot of coffee it is. Yeah, don't do that. I'm pretty bad about that sort of thing myself. It will catch up to you eventually if you let it. Good night. It's always a pleasure talking to you. See you next time. And it's always a pleasure talking to you too, Sergey. You have a good night, and I hope work won't be too bad for you tomorrow. Try to hang in there. Want to stream V3's finale when you get to it? Well, yeah, as I was just explaining to Sergey, I've actually been playing Danganronpa V3 on a Nintendo Switch rather than playing my Steam copy. So I don't really have any way here I can actually capture footage from my Switch copy of the game. So that wouldn't really work. So the only way I would really be able to try to do a stream of Danganronpa V3's finale would be if I were to replay the entire game again, probably on my Steam copy, and then just resume right where I'm currently at on the Switch version, and then just finish the story that way. And I don't know how long it would take me to do that exactly. It's not like I'd be against the idea, but the problem is the logistics behind it. You know what I mean? I mean, regardless, with Danganronpa 2x2 coming out next year, and I'm assuming it's only going to be a timed exclusive for the Nintendo Switch, and it'll come to PC sometime after that eventually. And with a couple of Danganronpa fan games that have come out recently that actually look pretty decent, I'm going to be covering some Danganronpa content on the channel later on, regardless. But yeah, V3 though, I'm not too sure about when it comes to actually streaming the finale of it. Again, I wouldn't be against it on paper, but there's also the fact here that, I don't know, I mean, I've done a Let's Play of the first game on the channel way back just for fun, even though it wasn't a blind playthrough then. And I've already played Danganronpa 2 and Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls on my own time, and most of V3 by my own time as well. there's a lot of missing context on the channel itself. I mean, I don't know. Would most people actually be bothered by that, or what? Is mainly the main question I have here over doing something like that. Like, will most people actually care? Or would they like to have something else, or would they like to have all the extra context leading up to the finale of V3 to go along with it? In which case, well, that would certainly take a while even if I streamed it too. But maybe I'm overthinking it, and most people won't actually give a shit. They would just, and you guys would just want to see my reaction to the V3 finale just for the fun of it, regardless of whether I had anything else to leading up to it. I guess. Oh shit! Alright, so shit! I skipped something. If it wouldn't take me too much time to get caught up to where I am on my Steam copy of the game, then maybe I'd consider it. I guess I could just install my copy of the game on my Steam account here, and then just to do a speed run through chapter 1, see how fast I can get through that, and if I feel like I don't know. I'll have to think about this one, because again, regardless of what I do with Danganronpa V3, I'm definitely going to be checking out Danganronpa 2x2 and some of the fan games on the channel for sure. But V3, I'll need some time to think over what I want to do with that. Okay, it's dark by the time we get to the lab. It's normally less than 15-minute walk, but since Kurisu kept begging to take breaks, it ended up taking twice as long. I bet you were begging more than she was.
疲れた。
お前がああだこうだと文句を言わなければもっと早くついていたのだ。
その言葉そっくり返してやる。あんただって5回は途中で休憩しようって言った。
Yeah, another thing I just thought about is the Love Hotel thing with Danganronpa V3. I've actually on my Switch copy of the game, I actually also spend a fair amount of time in the casino section of V3, collecting keys to love hotels and trying to get love hotel scenes with the characters as well. And that in itself here has also been quite a grind. So, and based on my own understanding on how the Love Hotel in Danganronpa V3 works, is the actual scenes that you can unlock with that are purely randomized. So, even though I know which scenes I've already seen with some of the characters and all that already, I would have to rely on pure RNG in order to see all the ones that I've already seen, leading up to getting to where I'm currently at in the story if I were to replay the game on my Steam copy. But since there's no real way for me to be able to check that, to be able to just choose who I want to see leading up to that point, that might be a bit of a problem. Especially because I don't know if the Love Hotel scenes I've been getting in V3 will have any impact whatsoever on the ending in any way, shape, or form, or if they're just purely little bonus scenes that you can get. If you have to get back up to the end on PC, it's up to you if you want that kind of effort. Probably not worth pushing yourself like that. Otherwise, I think most people know how V3 is. Yeah, again, something I would have to think about quite a bit. Probably something that's best saved for another time. This topic, I mean.
あれは 俺の体の不調だ。
どこか悪いの？
ああ、たまに右腕がうずくのだよ。そうすると俺の心はどす黒い破壊衝動に支配され。
うっさい黙れ。あんたの右腕の末梢神経も含めて根こそぎ引き抜くぞ。
Yikes, woman. That reminds me, you should consider doing some ASMR readings. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I was going to do something like that, I definitely should wait until after I'm completely better, because my voice is still not 100%, number one, and I still got little bits of a cough and other things of that nature. I have been told by some people I got a pretty soothing voice for certain types of narration and things of that nature. So it's not like as though ASMR is something I haven't considered before, but I should at least wait, number one, until my voice is 100% back to normal, and number two, what would I even do exactly as far as ASMR goes? Because, I mean, I've listened to a few random ASMR things just out of pure curiosity's sake before, and it seems to me like it's just very varied in terms of what people may actually do with them. I mean, the whole idea behind it is just to use your voice or noises that you make here with a really high quality microphone in order to just titillate people's ears, essentially. And I'm like, okay, could I actually make something like that work? Yeah, maybe I might have the voice for, maybe I might have a good voice for it, but the real thing from what I've observed with ASMR stuff is it's something, there's a specific kind of rhythm to it that you gotta know how to do and be able to keep up in order to make the experience something that people who tune in for ASMR stuff actually wants to tune in and stick around. It's kind of like knowing how to do a puppet show in a way that will keep audiences, a puppet show or a comedy skit or something like that, in a way that will keep audiences invested throughout the whole show, instead of just them getting bored of you midway through and then just wanting to tune out and do something else. Like, there's a certain art to it. I haven't seen too many ASMR stuff here because that's not something that normally interests me, but I've seen and listened to enough here to already know that there's a bit of an art to it that I'm not 100% sure I would be able to do personally. Even though I did just say a lot of it does seem like it could just be very tailor-made to be very specific things. Like, for example, you could just do something as simple as just crunching Dorito bags or something against the mic in a very specific way, or just whispering certain types of narration to the left or right of the microphone, depending on what it is that you want to do, especially if it's omnidirectional. And I'm not 100% sure what exactly I would do if I were to try an ASMR anything in a way that would actually play to my strengths, if that makes any sense. Okay, I started to think YouTube forces you to have top chat enabled instead of live chat, or it's switched at some point. Because I saw Conkle Prosty comment you didn't see, post a comment you didn't see after switching it from Chop Chat. It could be. That could be it, yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, it's called Live Chat Top Messages and Live Chat All Messages now. I had the wrong one the entire time. Yeah, now that you mention it, I think that might be a setting that I typically see right before I start a live stream. But you can't really change it midstream, just like you can't change latency settings or anything of that nature. I could check real quick. Hold on a second. Let me see something. Well, I see an option for an overlay for brakes, but I mean, I already used that. I already used something else. Dashboard? No, that ain't it. Manage. Yeah, look, yeah, okay, here we are. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can actually change anything as far as settings go with the stream itself now that we're live, unfortunately. Can't change latency settings, can't change anything about the chat. Yeah, I think we might be kind of shit out of luck here on that, at least for now. I wish top chat just didn't exist. Streamers don't need AI verified filtering. Yeah, I agree, but unfortunately, that's what YouTube just wants. That's how YouTube just wants to push things. Whatever makes advertisers happy is basically their first thought when it comes to most of this stuff. Damn us, the creators, or the people, or the audience. Yeah, in my country, it's still named Top Chat. If it was ever named that in English version. Funny thing is that your on-screen chat is uncensored. Oh yeah. What you mean when I have this on? Yeah, I mean the chat. Yeah, what I did here is when it comes to the actual game window, when I want to do full screen like this, is that I've basically made the chat invisible. Whenever I made the chat, well, I made it mostly invisible. I mean, looking on my monitor here, I can faintly see your guys' comments pop in very briefly for a little bit, but it's very faint and opaque, to where you might not really notice it unless you're paying attention. And I think that's because rather than having the widget disabled on the screen entirely, what I did was I just basically made the text as transparent as I could, but it doesn't completely get rid of it when I'm on full screen like this. I've never bothered to go back and mess around with it some more after I did that, because I just wanted to clear up some real estate on the full screen thing here whenever I'm in that here, so that way there's not a whole bunch of on-screen clutter that will get in the way of the visuals, because most of the stuff I cover is visual novels, so you know, to me after thinking about it, it made sense to just do that. And it also makes it easier for me to get thumbnails, even for my videos and everything like that, even after I get done streaming and all that, in case I can't find some in mid-stream. So that way I don't have to worry about live stream clutter potentially getting in the way of certain elements. It makes everything look a lot cleaner, you know? Did you not see my earlier comment from Conkle? Let me see. The one about Ayumi? Is that what you want? Is that what you mean, Conkle? Well, what comment I did not see earlier? Because I see one about Ayumi, and that being dope, and that different scenes with the phone can trigger. Yeah, different phone prompts can trigger different scenes. I see that. Rukako then reveals the most crisp and good-looking muscles ever for a moment. I see that one. I think I actually ended up missing that one, actually. If only he did, huh? Yeah, unless there's something else here, then I don't see it. I don't see what else it could be. I don't mind if you do. Oh, nah, not that, but it's fine. Oh, you mean the comments? Oh. No, it was visible on screen chat when you switched. Hold on. Conco. Wait a minute. This chop chat didn't exist. Well, I don't see it on here, on the Be Right Back screen. So maybe it's already scrolled past it by now. I wish Streamlabs and Center programs parse chat messages as checklists so streamers could cross out messages they've already responded to. That would be nice, it really would be, but sadly, this is pretty much the cards that you deal with when you're using wait, you said Streamlabs? Yeah, I think I use Stream Elements actually, rather than Streamlabs, but I don't think they really have a feature like that either. Yeah, I got scrolled. Oh, that sucks. Well, I'm real sorry I didn't see your comment, Conkle. I wasn't ignoring it, I can promise you that much. Unless you want to try posting it again. Maybe I might be able to catch it before YouTube does something to it, if it does anything at all. Holy crap, there's something wrong with this girl. Rip out my nerves? It's like someone from last year's New Gen instance. Hey, he said it. He said the thing. He made the callback. New Gen incidents. Fictional. The popular name for the string of bizarre serial murders that occurred in Shibuya 1 year ago. A total of 14 people died in all 7 incidents. The methods of murder were entirely unorthodox, which led to its cult popularity among the youth of Shibuya. As a result, the mass media dubbed it the New Generation Madness. A 25-year-old man was arrested as the culprit, but he passed away in the Shibuya earthquake immediately afterward. Ah yeah, the patsy that they had for him, that's right. Rumors remain on the internet that he was not the true culprit to this very day. Well, they're right. Oh yeah, again it's fine, lol. Let me say that your earlier finance rant. I don't make enough to convince P on a street a prostitute, I see. I don't make enough to convince a prostitute on the streets girl to do anything other than kiss my cheek. There you have it. Dang. Well, if prostitution's your thing, I guess you could always try saving up. Obviously, I don't personally recommend that sort of thing. If you just need to get your rocks off, I mean, fleshlights exist. But I mean, hey, you do you. I'm not criticizing or judging. LOL, I'd never. Good. Yeah, seriously. You never know. They might have an STD or something that you really do not want to catch. Like herpes or something. They seriously made this callback a route exclusive? Apparently so, yeah. Yeah, prostitute was me censoring that word, not post. Oh, that's what you were saying earlier. Okay, I didn't know what you were saying at first. Well, there you have it, chat. YouTube is not a fan of prostitution. YouTube hates the oldest profession in all of human history. You born witness to it. Okay, I'll shut up. Oh. I really can't wait to get over this thing completely. Let me tell you, it's been real annoying. It even impacts how I speak. a lot of times, and often at very inconvenient spots. I don't even chatter much in person with people, but when I'm in the mood to actually chatter, or when I'm doing stuff on the channel like this, it's very inconvenient when I suffer more speech impediments than I usually deal with. Right during the times I actually want to yap more, you know? But let's bring the IBN 5100 into the lab. The final barrier awaits. We have to ascend this rickety building's narrow staircase.
助っ人呼んだ方がいいんじゃない？
そうだな。
Well, with friends like these, we might as well just be doing everything solo. I checked the window. The lab's lights are on.
あれ？
Hey, Rika. Part-time warrior comes out of the Brawn Tube workshop with perfect timing.
岡部倫太郎じゃん。何運んでんの？
聞きたいのか？では教えよう。
待った。立ち話するならひとまず段ボール下ろさない？
いや、別に立ち話をする必要はないぞ。
ほんで、何なのそれ？
IBN 5100と言ったらどうする？
すごい！手に入れたんだ。やるね、岡部倫太郎。
I wish you'd stop calling me by my full name. Hey, I thought your name was Huin. If she's going to do that, she should at least call me Huin Kyoma.
どこにあった？重いんだけど。
She asked where it was, not what it is. Kurisu starts giving in. Don't give in! Galactic empires galore, Kurisu! Don't give in! I'm about at my limit too.
板下ろせ。
You all deserve nothing but the plebeian lifestyle. To think, for one second, I unironically believed that you had the ability to rule the universe. Why did I ever put my faith in you people? Kurisu and I placed it on the ground gently, so as to not damage the contents. Yeah, Prosty was me censoring that word, not post. Wait, I think I actually read this one already. You can try something smoothing for the throat, like honey or anti-cold candies. I've actually thought about doing a home antibiotic remedy, actually, that I looked up recently. It involves raw honey, garlic, turmeric, and black pepper, and then just mixing it into a kind of little paste that you eat, and it helps soothe your throat. But I did do a checkup at the doctor earlier today here, and regarding my double inner ear infection, my throat and everything of that nature, and I'm still not out of the woods on that yet. So I've been basically given another round of prescriptions to go along with it. But I'm going to assume after I get through these next series of doses, I'll be completely out of the woods by then for sure. Because especially as it turns out, the first round of antibiotics was actually supposed to include another medication that would have worked in tandem with the first dosage. Yeah, so they failed to give me a additional medication that works in tandem with the first dosage of antibiotics in order to deal with any potential infections that could be much more resistant towards that kind of thing than others, especially in the case of adults, because what they gave me initially would have worked fine if I were a child. But since I'm not a child and I have a fully developed immune system, typically they'll give you an additional drug in addition to the antibiotics that I was prescribed the first time, in order to help boost the effects of the first medication, and thus do a much more efficient job clearing out any infections that are in your system. However, since they failed to do that, and I still got a little bit of it left, even though I just finished the first round of medication, I now have to go through another series of rounds of medication for at least the next week. But at least this time I'll have the second thing to go along with the first thing. So I'm hoping that before I even finish these next round of pills, this stuff will be completely out of my system regardless, and I won't have to rely on home remedies like the one I just mentioned, or anything involving honey or stuff of that nature. And I'll be completely and fully healthy by next week for sure. Fingers crossed on that, because if I'm not, then I'm going to be pretty dang cross. And the Killer World, welcome to the stream. Sup, everyone? Well, we're doing Steins Gate, and well, I'm currently trying to go through some new bits of story content that we haven't seen yet before we crack the IBN 5100's function. And well, progress has been slow but steady, because I've been yapping my damn yapper off with you guys here in the chat. But I mean, hey, I'm having fun. And if nothing else, I've also learned a few things about Russia today I wasn't expecting to learn about, so thank you again, Sergey, for all the trivia. I definitely do not mind expanding my horizons, as it were. It's because I deleted Conkle Prostitute comment as I wanted to rewrite it. And add that I don't know how to censor explanation for it to pass through the filter. Specifically the word sex worker. Oh, found it! There you go, you found it. As to why, you probably read my previous comment again, because they were near each other. Yeah, again, this YouTube's filter is just such a fucking pain in the ass to deal with in general. I mean, even on my private account, on my private YouTube account and all that, whenever I'm in the mood to actually leave comments on videos I watch and all that here, half the stuff I ever bother to post seems to get sent to the Shadow Realm, the YouTube Shadow Realm, because I seem to be very prone to saying something eventually, somewhere in my responses that gets the comment either filtered or shadow banned or what have you. So it just makes even having back and forths with people just such a massive pain in the freaking ass. And and I just never, and half the time I just don't even want to bother. Because even if my comment even if I say everything, even if I put in the effort to actually say something, will it actually stick around for people to see it? And there's nothing I hate more than feeling like as though I'm just wasting my time doing something, especially when it comes to interacting with other people. And in the case of the YouTube thing, what makes it especially frustrating is a lot of the time it's not even my own fault or even necessarily the other person's fault either. It's the damn thing that we're using to try to communicate with each other, you know? In this case, YouTube and its comment sections or the chats. If you can't even communicate anywhere from 25 to maybe even 50% of what you would normally want to communicate literally anywhere else, because of a bunch of different filters or algorithms in place or what have you that is constantly monitoring what everybody is saying to each other, it's a freaking wonder that any meaningful dialogue can even happen at all under any topic. I'm not talking about just serious stuff either, but I mean just anything. It could just like nerd stuff or even, you know? It's why a lot of the time, it's like a lot of these days, most of the time I don't even bother leaving comments on my personal accounts or anything at all, because I just feel like as though it's just a crapshoot as whether or not it'll even go through and be seen by people that I want to be seen by. Yeah, Ryan, 10K word comments was a hell for me at one point because you wouldn't know specifically what the hell causes the bot to act specifically. Pains me each day where YouTube doesn't have competition. YouTube does have competition. The problem is YouTube has a functional monopoly on the peer-to-peer video sharing sphere side of things. BitChute was something that existed for a while before that thing basically fell apart, and I just basically decided to abandon that. Rumble is something that exists, but is still playing catch up with YouTube in a lot of respects, and I don't think they're ever going to really match even a fraction of YouTube's market share on this thing either. Even though they're more lax on a number of content than YouTube is in a lot of cases, from what I've seen. I haven't made an account on there, but honestly, I'm not sure if I'm honestly not sure if it'd even be worth it for me to. But yeah, the problem is YouTube has a functional monopoly on the type of content that it specializes in, and because of that, most people come to YouTube and stick to YouTube, even when everybody can acknowledge that there are a lot of problems with how the site is run that make it just such a royal pain to just do even basic communication with other people, let alone using any number of other functions with the site. And yet we don't have any real alternative because most people don't want to actually move away from YouTube to something else and actually make a viable competitor, whether it be with Rumble or anything else that you can think of. What were some other ones I'm thinking? What are some other ones I'm thinking that I've seen that I'm forgetting about? Wasn't Vimeo one at one point? No, I'm not sure about Vimeo. I'm trying to think. There was Rumble, there was BitChute that I mentioned earlier, but again, that one kind of just went kaput. Odyssey is another one. Daily Motion was another one. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it here, but YouTube has basically got the market cornered, for better or worse. And as long as that continues to remain the case, and as long as most people continue to go where everybody else is, in this case, wherever else being YouTube, then I don't really think anything's going to really change for the foreseeable future. And that's just how it's always worked, as far as I personally observed when it comes to social media websites, is that when people are comfortable with particular platforms, they're usually very, very reluctant to leave any of those platforms unless they're forced to. Or if you're part of the youth group and you want to avoid being on the same places where your parents are at, like for example, say Facebook, in the case of a social media platform where mostly older people tend to use, most people would go with alternatives like maybe X or something like that. Because most people's parents are not on X, they're on Facebook, and you, being the young person that you are, you don't want to be on a platform where your parents or your guardians can constantly supervise you. So you'll find where everyone else who's around your age group, or a little bit older, a little bit younger, whatever, you'll find out where all those people are at, and then you'll just go there. And you'll run with the assumption that because your parents don't know about it, or either that or your parents don't know how to actually navigate or use the thing, you'll therefore basically be out of their constant watchful eye on that place. Therefore, you can act on there in ways which you normally wouldn't be able to get away with if you were constantly under their supervision. I say that with confidence because that was exactly how I thought when it came to social media in general back when I was in school. My parents are not good with tech at all. Meanwhile, me though, compared to them, I might as well be a technical expert next to them. So social media allowed me to socialize with people and engage in all manner of social activities and other things of that nature that I normally would not have been able to do if I were constantly under their supervision back when I was still in school. So that's basically why I spent a lot of my time when I was in high school and everything on social media, because it was basically a place where I was basically free to be more myself in some respects than I ever could be in person. Now, I didn't mean to divert this into being a little thing here talking about, youthful rebellion, youthful rebellious phases and things of that nature. But my point is, when people find a platform that they're comfortable with, they're usually very, very, very reluctant to leave it, unless things get bad enough to where they're essentially forced to leave it. One example I can think of in the past decade that was actually pretty memorable is the case of Tumblr and not safe for work artists. Back in the day, like 7 years ago now or something like that at this point, 7 or 8 plus years ago, Tumblr the website used to be a very, very prominent safe haven, as it were, for a lot of not safe for work artists and porn viewers, the collectors, and other things of that nature there. Until one day, Tumblr decided, in order to appease advertisers, they decided they were going to get rid of all that content, and so a bunch of people from that website, along with people of various, shall we say, activist leanings, as it were, all decided in response to all that content going away, decided to flee over to Twitter, now known nowadays as X. And you basically saw a mass exodus from places like Tumblr to Twitter/X during that time period. And after they got settled in, well, look at the current status quo. Yeah, Twitter's come under new management a few times from over the years, but a lot of bitching people do over there about how the place is run, I still hear a lot of people on YouTube who, farm Twitter drama for content and other things of that nature. I still see a lot of people through that content, a lot of people on Twitter still sticking around on that platform despite all the complaints that they do on there, because Twitter offers things that nobody else really does, and at a level that no other competitors are able to offer, with a huge amount of traffic, regular traffic on their site compared to their competitors, that just make it far too tempting for people to want to move anywhere else. Even if some competitor sites to Twitter may be able to offer some feature sets or community features and other things of that nature that Twitter itself may not necessarily allow or may be very restrictive of. Because at the end of the day, most people are on Twitter, and they're going and for the foreseeable future, they're going to stay on Twitter, and the constant complainers on Twitter will recognize this fact deep down. Therefore, they're just going to stay where everybody else is, because if they want to have any shot whatsoever at getting as many eyes or ears on them as possible, they're going to stick to the platform where most people are currently at and deal with all the headaches that the platform brings to them that they personally don't like, because otherwise, the only alternative they have available to them is alternative competitor websites where they may as well just not exist may as well not potentially exist to the wider internet as far as they themselves are concerned. It's basically the same thing with YouTube. Just replace replace X with its competitors with YouTube and YouTube's competitors, and there you go. We basically have the same problem here. I complain a lot about YouTube and how it's run nowadays, just like a lot of people on here, even in this chat too. But at the end of the day, are we really going to have a max exodus to any other platform anytime soon? Despite that, do any of you guys actually realistically see that happening? At this stage, speaking for myself, I personally don't. I don't think things are bad enough here on this site to where it's enough to force a lot of creators, especially big creators, to go off-site to other places and bring their audiences with them. YouTube is going to have to do something that would cause a lot of big creators to leave and bring their audiences with them in order to create a big enough gaping wound in the site itself to where it'll basically create a snowball effect. And that will just lead to more and more people just jumping ship too. Until something like that happens, I don't see anything. I don't see the status quo with YouTube changing anytime soon. Unfortunately, despite all the legitimate complaints we may have with how it's run. Any YouTube competitor who wants to be serious will have to keep in mind they would require Silicon Valley levels of servers to host that many videos. And yeah, it's another thing that I'm glad you brought up here. Because Silicon Valley has a very, very specific kind of culture to it in regards to the people that live there, the people that run it, and the people that run all the tech companies that are headquartered in Silicon Valley. Cultural values, as it were. And if your upstart tech company, if your upstart tech company's values does not align with Silicon Valley's values in every single way which matters to them, good freaking luck getting a foothold in a place like that, let alone getting any backing from them. They're very, what's the word? Homogenous when it comes to the kind of shared corporate work culture that they like to promote all throughout Silicon Valley. If you guys know what I'm referring to specifically, then well, if you know, you know. But yeah, let's just say that anybody to the right of Stalin would have a hard time getting a foothold in a place like Silicon Valley when it comes to what kind of values you may be trying to push in your thing. Yep, you said it. Daily Motion, because I mentioned it before you thought it and went over more websites. Twitter and Blue Sky be like, then at some point a direction reversed because people weren't getting what they hoped for. Blue Sky is dying. Yeah, I remember when Blue Sky came around, and then we were briefly seeing mass exodus, as it were, over to Blue Sky for various specific types of Twitter users. Again, I actually watch on my personal time several YouTubers that like to farm Twitter drama for content and things of that nature, because I find stuff like that kind of pretty funny a lot of the times to watch or listen to. And I've listened to several people. I've listened and watched several people cover, the life of Blue Sky ever since it became a thing. And well, I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but over the past couple months recently, that place has basically flat out admitted to its user base and to the world at large that it can't sustain itself because it doesn't get enough. I can't remember if it's because it doesn't get enough traffic, new traffic over there. Okay, wait, no, I remember now. I think the issue with Blue Sky, if I remember right, why it's currently going through the troubles it's going through right now, is because it's having a hard time growing its user base, because the user base on Blue Sky does a very, very, very damn good job gatekeeping itself. And by that I mean, Blue Sky has a very, very specific type of user base that has very specific types of cultural value and political values, as it were. And if you're not 100% on board with those, you will get reamed over the coals at every opportunity possible. They do not tolerate dissent. in politics and culture and pop culture, you name it. They do not tolerate dissent at all. Think of the worst examples you may have ever seen on Twitter when it comes to people like that, and amplify it by a factor of 5 at least, and there you have your average Blue Sky user. And because of how rabid they are when it comes to basically creating an echo chamber for themselves over there, because they're so damn effective at gatekeeping their own website, the only people that Blue Sky ends up appealing to as a result are people like that. And surprise, surprise, there are not very many people on Blue Sky. There are not enough people on Blue Sky to make it sustainable in the long term, because the people like this that Blue Sky has catered to is actually a very, 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 very tiny portion of the wider population on the internet at large, and by extension, society as a whole. So small, in fact, it just can't sustain itself. It's not growing. In fact, it's actually bleeding users, last I checked, and it's on life support effectively. And of course, if you were to point this out to your average Blue Sky person, well, they'll either have one or two responses. Either everything's fine and you don't know what the hell you're talking about, or the world is ending, and they just double down on everything that's just making their site unappealing to literally everybody else that's not them. In which case, I'm just sitting here and I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, I mean, that checks out. I mean, you guys are not quite as big or important as you think you are. You never have been, to be honest, but it's just nice to see that it's nice to feel vindicated, but that's a wholly separate topic I'm not going to get into at length right now. But, yeah, just Blitter, the main point with me talking about Blue Sky at the end of the day is they are probably my most recent example, actually, of a website that was created to be an alternative to Twitter, because there was reportedly a wide portion of the population on Twitter that was not happy with how Twitter was running things. So they made an alternative for themselves in the form of Blue Sky that they could go to and run it exactly how they want to run it, and everybody could just have what they want. People that want to use Twitter and are happy enough with how things are run on Twitter could just stay on Twitter, and people who want more of what Blue Sky offered could go to Blue Sky instead. But when push came to shove, again, turns out that there aren't enough. That Blue Sky is not sustainable because the amount of people that they have right now is not enough to sustain it. And the people that are there have done absolutely everything in their power to ensure that only they will be able to get on there and actually make that site flourish into anything beyond what it already is. So, yeah. As a result, it's going to die a very slow and inconsequential death, and guess what? Those people on Blue Sky that are still holding on to that place for dear life, I'd be willing to bet you my life savings that when the site inevitably closes down, they will begrudgingly come back to Twitter and just continue all the stuff that they felt like they couldn't do on Twitter, because they just can't help themselves, because they're a specific kind of people that just thrive on making everybody else's lives miserable wherever they can. It's like it's their modus operandi in life, their reason for being, the thing that gets them up in the morning each and every single day. They would rather have some restrictions placed on them and have something like Twitter available to them than have nothing available to them at all. If Blue Sky ends up vanishing into the digital ether, which I think it's going to at some point. Mark my words, it's gonna happen. And they'll just come back, they'll grumble, they'll piss and moan, just like they did before, right before they even left for Blue Sky. But they will use it because that's where everybody else is. And they cannot stand not having an audience. Pomu, the Moo SM for not safe for work Japanese artists, and what have you got rated as a result some point in a few days recent? Oof on what happened. Yeah, I've heard about that site. I haven't actually looked into it yet. I hope to God it actually takes off, because based on what little I know about it so far, it does sound like the kind of site I would actually personally I might use myself, if only to just look around for random bits of fan art and things of that nature. But if it's a Japanese only thing and there's no English anything on there period, then well, obviously it wouldn't really make any sense for me to make an account on there, because I'd be on a site filled with people speaking a language I'm not fluent in. But I want a place like that to flourish, because one of the biggest things I'm critical of when it comes to Twitter, for example, despite me not being on there, is there are a lot of people on there that constantly harass the shit out of Japanese artists because of what they make. And typically, they're the people that want, and typically, you know what, I'll just come and say it. I'll just come out and say it. They're leftists. They're leftists. If they're an artist that draws a character or something that has, you know, like tan skin or someone like that, for example, and they draw them like a shade lighter than what these leftists on Twitter would normally prefer the characters to be themselves, they will harass the art. They will harass the artists constantly and just try to bully them off the site, get them to even kill themselves, even in more extreme cases. Or maybe they don't draw them in plus sizes, or any, you know, stupid shit like that. I mean, again, I some of the stuff I listen to in my spare time, it involves a lot of involves people covering Twitter drama for content and things of that nature. And something that occasionally comes up is drama relating to artists on Twitter. And specific people, in this case leftists, constantly bullying artists for drawing things in very specific ways, and being damn vicious about it every time they do too. Like some of the stuff some of the bullying I've seen to specific Japanese artists over the years has been honestly genuinely appalling to me at times. And kind of heartbreaking, because I've seen a few examples of some artists that have been bullied off the site here, and I haven't really seen a hair nor hide of them since then. And I felt like a lot of them have made some really good stuff, but alas, a bunch of freaks on my side of the globe here just basically decided to just ruin it for everybody. I'm hoping a site like this new thing takes off, so those people have some place that they can go to continue doing art commissions, and maybe even working with developers for visual novels or games or things of that nature. So they'll be able to make what they want in peace and be able to do it on a site where the people that have been harassing them on Twitter before then won't be able to follow them because they can't even speak the language properly. You know what I mean? I hope that happens. I want these artists to just have someplace where they can actually just make the crap that they want, and if people who are interested in their stuff wants to see their stuff, then they could just go onto that site, no problem. Make an account, learn a little bit of Japanese, boom, everybody's happy. Got too much data here on YouTube, to be fair. Google's got too much data on everybody. I think the last comment you read was, "It pains me each day," and then you went to any YouTube competitor, skipping 2 comments. I did? Pains me each day. Let me see. You can number message parts or toggle and untoggle top chat or double checks if anything's missing. And I remember Daily Motion and any YouTube competitor who wants to be serious. I read that one. You said it, Daily Motion, because I mentioned before. I thought I went over some more websites. I think I mentioned that one too. There are only 5 messages in chat, and they're in chat now. Previous messages aren't loaded. That's weird, because I don't have anybody monitoring the chat, so I don't know what's happening to them. CEO Blue Sky also got into several controversies depending on who they moderate and who they disregarded. Yeah, I think I've briefly heard about that too. So yeah, the site in general, from what I've observed, is just not really run very well in general. So to me, it's a little wonder why that place is just hemorrhaging users over time. Vicious cycle of I'll build my own theme park with blackjack and hookers. Yeah, well, that's Blue Sky's problem. There is no blackjack. There is no hookers, and they made damn sure of that. They took out all. They basically made a copy of Twitter and took out all the fun for anybody who would want to even bother with a Twitter-like platform at all. So, I think I've been going on a lot of tangents, so I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we're going to try to see if we can actually make some decent progress on Steins Gate for at least a little bit before I get derailed again. Want to apologize to those of you who I might be driving absolutely bonkers if you're still here at this point. Looks like we've lost like half our viewers, so wouldn't be surprised if I just drove some of you guys away by now. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. We're gonna come right back and we're gonna try to actually finish getting this damn computer into the lab again. Alright, I'm back. Progress on this channel? Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna make progress. Yeah, you're right now. The emoji comment about Toggle and my first comment about Daily Motion, or I simply forgot that you read it. I'm pretty sure I did.
ね、どこにあったの？
柳林神社だ。
柳林神社？神社って神の社？
ああ。
なんだってそんなところに。
Then, suddenly, Suzuha looks at Kurisu.
あ、
Oh yeah, I forgot. She doesn't like Kurisu for some reason. She gasps, then approaches Kurisu until they're close enough to feel each other's breath. I hope you both brushed your teeth.
なんですか？牧瀬クリス？そうだけど。
For some reason, she stares at Kurisu with frightful intensity. Kurisu narrows her eyes in opposition. I bet you I could squint even more than either of these two. What's going on in here? I can't move a muscle. You're so thick with tension.
なんなの？私、あなたに何かしました？
Yuri seen it coming? I wish. Suzuha turns away, and without looking back, disappears into the Brawn Tube workshop. For a second, I almost read that as Brain Tube.
今の誰？
Now Kurisu demands answers from me.
1階のブラウン管工房のバイトだ。
なんで私、睨まれたわけ？
You tell me.
知らん。お前が何か怒らせるような真似をしたのではないのか？
彼女とは今初めて会ったのに。失礼な人ね。
Sorry, that's Spinoff's job. But what, you mean Spinoff's for Steins Gate? Chat. We're covering the Spinoff content. We absolutely are. Hold on to your butts, because it's now definitely happening. We're kind of lacking manpower to get this computer upstairs. Well, I mean, hey, Daru's got enough manpower to compensate for everybody else. I mean, have you seen how big that he is? And yet, he wants to play with his freaking computers. I get Daru and Miuri to come down and help it. Hey, he actually came down to help us this time. I wonder what motivated him this time. And the four of us carry the IBN 5100 upstairs.
みんなご苦労。これで俺たちは戦える。
戦うって誰と？
セル。そして世界を牛耳る支配構造とだ。
You got an even bigger, worse opponent than CERN to deal with after you get through with them, Rintaro. Me and my yapping mouth. Me and my mouth has the power to stop time for ages. CERN and the ruining. Oh wait, come on, advance it. I hit the enter button.
幸せ。そんなものは望んでいないさ。俺を誰だと思っている？狂気のマッドサイエンティストだぞ。俺が手に入れたいのは混沌。そのためのタイムマシンだ。
Who needs a time machine when I can just open my gums at any time and just stop it?
ごめん、言い直す。あんたって本当にベータエンドルフィン過剰分泌によるジャンキーね。
You calling me a junkie, woman? How dare you? I will not take such slander lying down. You and me, mono equal mono. Let's go. Beta endorphin. A neurotransmitter secreted by the brain, effectively suppresses pain and stress and produces euphoria. The phenomenon known as runner's high can be explained by the secretion of beta endorphins.
オカリンオカリン
Mayuri!
ダメっていつも言ってるのに。
Would you like some chicken? Somebody got some chicken?
けどすげえよ、マジで見つけてくるなんて。僕たちにできないことを平然とやってのける。そこにしびれる。
And there you are, my big, beautiful haka.
憧れないけどね。
え
For a moment, there is complete silence.
見つけられたのはね、マユシーのお手柄なんだよ。
Mayuri, oblivious as always, puffs out her chest with pride. But I don't miss Kurisu's relieved sigh. She keeps dropping manga quotes. Does this mean what I think it means? Even if it does, she's not going to admit it, okay? I know her type. She'll never admit to it.
マユシー情報がなかったら、
Even though it would be kind of
オカリンは
cool.
今も秋葉の街をふらふらさまよってたんだもん。
ああ、マユリの言う通りだ。今回ばかりはよくやってくれた。
ということで、マユシーはそろそろ帰るね。クリスちゃんはどうする？途中まで一緒に帰ろう。
Rentaro, before she leaves, give her a hug.
ありがとう。でももうしばらくここにいるわ。
Looks like Kurisu's interested in the IBN 5100 and CERN after all. That reminds me, I haven't filled her in yet.
そっか。あんまり遅くならないうちに帰った方がいいよ。じゃあまた明日ね。トゥットゥルー。
Hug her, man! Hug her! Miyuri waves her hand as she leaves.
それでダル、 IBN5100 はいつからセルンへのハッキングに使えそうだ。
そうだな。
Daru talks as he plugs the IBN 5100's power adapter into the wall. He turns the machine on, and the power supply begins to make a turbulent noise.
すげえ、ちゃんと電源ついた。まずこいつの使い方を覚えなきゃなんだぜ。そもそも配線つなげたりも大変そうだし。
I wonder, completely random thought, but I wonder if I could emulate an IBN 5100 in FPGA. Something I'll have to check later on my Mister. It's got a bunch of computer cores on there.
ちょっと時間かかるかも。サーバー管理者の ID 探しと同時進行は無理っぽ。
構わん。ID 探しを優先させてくれ。できれば今月中に IBN5100 を使えるようにはしてもらいたいところだが。
今月ってまだ30日丸々残ってんじゃん。さすがに来月まではかからねっつうの。
That's my super hacker.
それで
I got mail! Got info? Have you found any leads yet? Nothing at all on my end. I've been to a lot of stores, but none of them had an IBN 5100 on display. Maybe I should have tried asking. Yeah, maybe you should have tried asking! That would probably definitely at least get you much farther than just window shopping. Anyway, let me know if you found anything. Mocha.
ちょっと岡部。
Would you mind? Do you mind? I'm reading something.
Huh?
I look up. Kurisu's glaring at. Hey, did she respond to me pulling up my phone right there?
今なんて言った？
岡部って言ったのよ。
岡部。 だと。
You should call him Bird Brain. That way it would still fit the bird theming of Huin, if nothing else, and actually be accurate to his intellect. I take one step toward Kurisu, and she takes a step back.
オカリン、タンマタンマ。
Daru tries to hold me back, but I shake him off and take a step closer. Daru, you're gonna need to roll on top of him in order to stop him. Use your girth! Kurisu doesn't step back this time. Without taking her eyes off me, she bites her lip hard and curls her hands into fists.
今Okabeと言ったか。
言ったわよ。悪い。確かに私はあんたより年下だけど、人のことクリスティーナだとかゾンビだとか呼ぶ相手がいるとき、そいつには敬意を表さないとするのが私の考えなんだから。
違う。俺はOkabeではない。ホーインキョーマだ。何度言わせればわかるのだクリスティーナ。
自分のこと棚に上げすぎだろあんた。
いい子。俺のことはホーインあるいはキョーマと呼ぶように。
How about we just call you Heroin? No, wait. No, Heroin doesn't quite match with... Yeah, it's missing an ooh in. I was gonna say heroin, like heroin, but I'm like, wait a minute, wait, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I can't call you heroin. There's no ooh in there. It doesn't work. I was trying to make a pun with heroin and huin, but because it misses the ooh sound in heroin, it doesn't work. God damn it. I thought I had a pun, but I didn't. Fuck.
お断りします。
Kurisu snaps at me and turns away. Well, sorry, main games are too story-packed to also fit Yuri in them. I want my money back. I feel like I've been ripped off. They save the good shit for only the spin-offs. Who gives a crap about the Committee of 300 and time travel conspiracies or any of that boring shit? We all know what they know what everybody's really here for. Now come on. What do you gotta relegate relegate to the spin-offs? I recall on other route it was all the girls helping. Oh, yeah. It was. Yeah, I like this small change in this scene. That's because there's no Lukaku to help. Daru's forced to help, instead of him causing Okabe to lose his mind after seeing him sit inside. By the way, read the message when it comes. Do you mean the one from Shinefinger that I just read? And have you the option not open your phone here for a different scene? Colleen Hyuma. Doesn't look like it, Conkle. It doesn't look like we have an option to see a different scene. And I think we're actually starting to reach the point where I diverged and went back to start seeing, okay, yeah, so it's right at the beginning of Chapter 3 is when I made my save here. And I went back here to check out some of the other alternate scenes. So we're getting close to where we left off in the original file. And once we get here, though, I'll go back to my original file, and then we'll just continue on from there. Actually, wait. Can I skip this? No, apparently not. It's treating it as a wholly new scene. Are those tears I see in her eyes?
もしかして泣いたのか?
Oh, look what you've done. You made the poor girl cry.
泣いてないわよ、バカ。男の人に怖い顔で迫られて恐怖を感じちゃったりなんかしてないし、その後のあんたのバカゼリフにホッとして涙が出ちゃったわけでもないからな。
She stalks over to the window and stares outside. I see her wipe her eyes to the back of her hand. Seemed she was crying after all. I hope you're proud of yourself. Driving her to tears like this. You son of a bitch.
誰よ助手はなぜ泣いている
Because you're an ass.
今本人が全部説明したわけだが、
俺は名前の間違いを正しただけだ。
強気に見えて意外と打たれ弱いのかも。それはそれで燃えるけど。
You could also argue that's a tsundere thing too, depending on the type. Well, whatever. Back to checking my email. But I'm thirsty from this hard day's work. So before that, I take a fresh Dr. P out of the fridge. Yeah, this whole mess with us repeating this chapter was also caused by me wanting to show you other versions of a scene. That was triggered by Kurisu's dislike of people looking at their phone and talking. That's right. All these tangents I went on, this was your fault, Liz25. To the dungeon with you! I keep hearing baka in the Japanese audio, but not in the text. Well, she did hear... Well, sorry, I didn't... Wait, she did hear... What am I going on about? She did say in the text, idiot... Right when she criticized Okabe before running off to the window. So, but I heard 3 instances of baka in her spoken dialogue, whereas with the text, I think she only said it. Yeah, she only said it once. So maybe there is still some differences in what the localized text is saying compared to what is actually being spoken. Maybe. But it is also possible that the baka, some of the bakas that we might be hearing are actually syllables that belong to different Japanese words that, at least in my case, I don't know. So maybe that's what that is too. Then again, I can't remember if it was Mandarin or if it was Japanese in particular that does this thing. But I think there's an Asian language. There is an Asian language where the tone and inflection in which you say certain words actually changes their meaning. So, like if I say so or so, like that, if I say that one word in those 2 different ways with different tones / inflection. They mean and they have entirely different meanings from one another. I think that might be a characteristic either with Mandarin or Japanese, but I don't know. I don't remember for sure. So maybe that might also be something that you might want to factor in this as well. If there's a message, then respond with, you know. Okay, now I know. So this scene still triggers when the ringtone begins. Thought you had the option to advance text and get Kurisu to comment on your phone ringing. Well, I think that's basically what just happened. Only she didn't really say anything about it outright. She just glared at him for bringing up his phone while she was talking. You 100% could make the blue sky one time. You 100% could make the blue sky one 3 times shorter. Yeah, I absolutely could have, and yet I went on a tangent. Chinese. The reason I started learning Chinese. The reason I started learning Japanese instead of Chinese. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If China's media empire continues, animation media empire continues to expand, along with Korea's, and starts giving some really serious competition with anime and manga from Japan, then I might just have to start actually seriously learning a little bit of it at least. Learning Mandarin, I mean. So I guess it depends on where those markets go several years from now.
話を聞かせてくれないの？
Dr. People! Soylent Green is made out of people. And apparently so is Dr. Pepper. Or wait, maybe this is the science adventure universe of Soylent Green. That's what we're looking at here, this drink. Chat. I think they sell carbonated drinks made out of people. I toss the bottle to Kurisu once she turns around. Don't let it hit you in the nose. Having a carbonated drink shoot up your nose is not fun. I speak from experience. Kurisu tries to catch it, but fails magnificently. I almost read that as flails. But flails magnificently. She picks the bottle up off the floor, then shoots me a glare. Hey, better it bounce off you than literally shoot up your nose. The latter is not fun. Again, I speak from experience.
それでも飲んで少し待っていてくれ。
お気遣いありがとう。
I need to send a reply to Shining Finger. She ain't being no help at all, but I suppose I can't just say nothing. Okay, I guess this is where I'm supposed to say something, maybe? Oh, here we are. I got the goods. Over. I send as concise a message as possible.
さて。
Well, good thing I decided to check that, otherwise I might have missed that. Oh, damn, that was instant! I turned back to Kurisu, but the reply comes before I can open my mouth. Dear God, woman, are you just hovering around your phone? The goods? You found an IBN 5100? Gimme! Gimme? What nonsense is this? Well, you're welcome to gaze upon mine, but get your own, is what all I have to say to you after that. This is my ancient piece of crap calculator. Sorry, but I'm not the owner. I can't just give it to you. I sent that. Another instant reply. Damn. Let me borrow it. Why the urgency? It's easy to imagine what will happen if I lend it to her. She'll disappear, and I'll never see the IBN 5100 again. No borrowing either. You can come over to our lab if you want to see it, but no touching. The address is yada 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 yada. Let's go. I add that lab's address and send the mail. No more replies come.
待たせたな、クリスティーナ。
Watch as she shows up literally within 20 lines of dialogue, and then just comes crashing right through the damn door. I look up and see Kurisu drinking the Dr. P.
おお、女子はドクターペッパーがいける口か。
Kurisu! You might be drinking some poor little girl called Sally's grandma for all you know. Or maybe little Billy's brother.
本場で7年過ごしてきたからな。
なるほど。お前とはいい飲み友達になれそうだ。
私は未成年よ。
そうではない。ドクターペッパーを飲み交わす友達という意味だ。
それ限定なのか。
Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and takes another swig, signaling me to talk. Chinese anime has been popping off quite prominently lately. Lord of Mysteries and To Be Hero Rex are sometimes treated as anime of the year, despite functionally not being anime. I still need to resume watching Scissor 7, now that I think about it. I'm like, what? In the middle of season 2 on that thing? He would send it on his own. Honestly, it would make situation easier on me in making a guide if you don't send messages, unless Okabe does it on his own. Oh. Huh. Well, never mind then. Is inviting obviously desperate strangers a good idea? Well, unless you're the bad guy and you're trying to get a useful and expendable pawn in your nefarious scheme, then chances are probably not. As there are many scenes where sending text on your own only skips some of the dialogue instead of resulting in any real choice. Shame there's no way for me to tell which ones are which. Or he wouldn't at first, but spam from Mocha would force him to reply sooner or later. You will speak to me, you son of a bitch! You will not evade me! Respond, 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 respond! Or at least that's the emotion I could see in her fingers as she's typing on her phone. Her face, not so much. She's not very facially emotive, shall we say. Her fingers, though? Yeah. You don't want to mess with those fingers. And so, I explain how Daru and I hacked into CERN, and how they already had the LHC in operation for 9 years, and how they've successfully created mini black holes, and how it looks like they're researching time travel, and also how they haven't disclosed any of that to the world. Karisu's expression grows more and more intense as she listens to his story. Sips Dr. P more intensely.
確かにセルンは妙だけど、それと IBN5100 とどういう関係が？
セルンのデータベースに IBN5100 が使われているのだ。
だから？
そのデータベースの情報を解読するには、同じく IBN5100 を使うほかないということだ。
なんでそうわかるのよ。
とある筋からの情報だ。
I undropped Tider's name. I have no doubts this genius girl would laugh if I did. Karisu puts a finger to her lip. A shining finger? Deep in thought.
IBN5100 云々はともかく。セルンが本当にそんな研究をしているのか、確証が欲しい。
True, we didn't get any definite proof of CERN's time travel research last time we hacked them.
ダル、セルンのサーバー管理者のパスワードを見つけるのは時間がかかるのか？
ちょうどこれからやろうと思ってたんよ。半日はかからないんじゃね？
というわけだ。
それまで待つわ。
待つって。もう夜になってる件について今日は一度帰って明日の朝また来れば？
Oh, it's Luca. Cruel sister. Learned about Luca's relationship to his sister. Wait, what relationship? Cruel sister? Oh wait. Oh wait, yeah. I asked about the sister last time, that's right. I remember now. She's away at university, so she's almost never home. You know how I said she's boyish? Well, I've always had trouble saying no to her, so she and my father used to make me do things. I mean, you know. Do I know? Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. P.S. I was so deep in thought I didn't do any practice swings with Samidari. Okay, what does Thane say? Hey. Select it. Select the thing. There we go. I need details! Was this an ancient holy ritual that no man can observe lest he be blinded by the purity of the feminine essence? If it's between Lukaku and his sister, that's... Lukaku is the most feminine character out of this entire cast I've seen so far, and yet he's a guy. And from what what Luca describes of his sister, she is probably the exact opposite and is more masculine than probably even Braun himself is, and might even have the muscles to boot, in addition to the personality. What kind of holy ritual between the two would even occur? And what would it look like? Food for thought. Anyway, oh, hey, get back there. So I think it's this one I want. Don't tell me they defiled you. In that case, you may have lost your powers as a Miko. Okay, if there's anything that's gonna get me to reveal anything potentially untoward, it's probably gonna be this, I assume. Let's see what this. Let's see what I get with this. All right, I have no idea of what potential forbidden tome of knowledge I'm about to open here, chat, but you might want to brace yourselves for this one. Oh yeah, I see. Been a while since I played all of Steins Gate. Or you can save and see both answers. Lukaku, out of all people, has a tomboy sister? What a coincidence. Well, I mean, hey, between a sibling pair, somebody's got to have all the testosterone. And Luca's definitely not it. No, you know, to be... Not that there's anything inherently wrong with that or anything, mind you, but I mean, let's be honest. Luca is the most feminine character out of everybody that we've seen here. He's got pretty much everybody, all the other actual ladies beat in that department. You know what I mean? Lukaku. Oh, I just read that one. Since answer will come before end of chapter. Well, let's see. Oh, a little too late now. I just answered it. Nah, we can get back here. No, it won't take it wouldn't take long to get back here.
いいえ、待たせてもらう。1マイクロ秒でも早く知りたいから。
いい心がけだ。もはやセルンに隠された陰謀に魅了され、知りたくてたまらないという様子だな。
あんたたちの言うことがもし事実だとするなら、こんなふざけたことってない。セルンは世界最高の研究機関なのよ。そこが実験結果を公表せずに極秘で実験してるなんて、世界中の研究者をバカにしてる。もし事実ならだけど。
She finishes by emphasizing that point again. Doesn't look like she believes us.
ではだる。任せたぞ。
Oh, look, we can skip this.
カップ麺。
Ah, we got it. All right, what do we got? They didn't defile me. They just made me wear girls' clothes. I think most people in the civilized first world would call that a form of defilement, Luca, but what the fuck do I know? But to be fair, you really do pass the role, pass as the role very, very, very well. The role of a girl, I mean. Shockingly so, I might stress.
何?
カップ麺もらうわ。
Alright, since we just saw it, let's load and go through the motions. Okay, let's just answer the call. I got mail.
ちょっと岡部
Well, I guess we might as well also see if she actually will spam me too. I guess you can also see what happens if you read Mocha's mail, but then don't reply to her during the scene unless Okabe does it on his own. Yeah, good. She ended up being no help at all, but I suppose I can't just say nothing. Yeah, okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I think I messed it up. Yeah, I messed it up. Hold on. Sorry about that. Should we take another second for me to get back there? This is kind enough to stop it, to stop the skip every time I get a text or call. Otherwise, this would be really headache-inducing going through all this stuff again. Alright, now let's not actually bring up the phone.
それで
Well, what?
説明を要請してるんだけど IBN5100 とセルンのこと。
では説明しよう。我が右腕であるスーパーハッカーミスターダルが
スーパーハッカーじゃないって何度言わせるん？
スーパーハッカーのミスターダルがセルンにハッキングを仕掛けた。
大丈夫なの？捕まるんじゃ。
僕はそんなポカはしないのだぜ。
いや、そういう意味じゃなくて。
その結果、奴らが LHC でタイムトラベル理論を研究している痕跡を見つけたのだ。
LHC ね。
これはマジ。何しろ僕が調べたんで。つうか LHC は実は9年前から稼働して。
Wait a minute, I've seen this before too. Doesn't look like she believes us. Well, might as well just like this now. It's definitely advancing much further along than the other answer I got from Luca. Interesting. Liz, you lied to me. You lied. I didn't get the other answer before the chapter ended. I did with the first one, but not the second. How could you betray me like this? I guess you can also see what it stops skip because choosing to read messages is a choice. Oh, oops. Because sometimes you don't get reply back. Guess not. Well... So it'd be right here, yeah? Well, we're now officially back on Chapter 3. Ticking of the clock is like a hammer inside my head. It's past 2 a.m. The window is closed, and the lab is silent, but for the humming of the computer. Yeah, because I don't think his messages carry over to the next chapter. Well, if that's the case, then I should just go back to my original save. Fine by me. Here we are. We stare at the gruesome image displayed on the monitor, speechless. Ah, the jellyfish man, right? I was right. We're in too deep. I have expected guys in black suits and sunglasses to kick down the door and drag us off to a secret military prison. What I want to know is when you guys are going to make the connection between the jelly man and the wall and the jelly bananas that you guys have been making with the phone wave, name subject to change. I mean, we could stay on that chapter, see what happens, as there's no difference between the OG save and the one you just did. I mean, stay on that save. We could, I suppose. Okay, I did just... Good thing I just created this thing. Indecision. Or, as people in my profession like to refer to it as, managerial flexibility. Better make sure the door is locked.
Nanda kore?
Daru breaks the silence with a disbelieving whisper.
ゼリーマンってゲル化したってこと?
Upon hearing the familiar word jellified, I reflexively look at the bunch of bananas, and the bananas, placed next to the computer. Well, glad to see he actually made that connection real quick. There's only one banana left. We didn't have a single successful experiment today, so none of them were jellified. But I don't think this is a mere coincidence. The jellified banana is produced by the phone wave, named subject to change, and the jellified corpses produced by CERN's experiments. They seem identical in nature. Yeah, they do.
人体実験か。
Kurisu speaks calmly despite her grim expression. She doesn't even avert her eyes from the gruesome image.
しかも完全ではないけどタイムトラベルを成功させてるってことになるわねこれ。
Yeah, cuz look at the date of the newspaper article that we found. It's definitely not from this present time period. I'm still in shock, so I don't quite grasp the meaning of Kurisu's words.
この新聞記事1921年のニューヨークタイムズよ。
Yeah, she noticed.
およそ90年前か。
見て。
Kurisu points to part of the black and white photograph, her finger shaking slightly. So here's something to consider. They were able to, even though it was imperfect, they were able to successfully send a human being back in time, all the way to the 1920s. So, considering that our own experiments with the phone wave has already created divergences in the timeline, I think it would be reasonable to assume that CERN's own experiments with the jelly man here in the article that we see must have also created divergences in the timeline in of themselves. So the real question I have now is, how many timeline divergences has CERN experiments created so far, leading up to the first timeline we started when we booted up the game? And also, how will knowing that help us? Because I have no idea how, because I'll be honest, I have no idea how that knowledge would actually help us, even if we knew the exact number of possible timeline divergences that have already occurred even before the story actually started. I guess I'm just curious, if nothing else. Carisi points to a part of a black and white photograph, her finger shaking slightly. The jellified corpse of a man. She's pointing to his shoulder, which has writing on it. Oh, it does. CERN 213547 something. She's pointing to his shoulder, which has writing on it. Perhaps it was printed on his clothes. It's fused onto the jellified body, but you can somehow manage to read it. I guess that's how they were able to tell it was theirs. CERN's, I mean. Mary looks at Jellyman and be like, ah, what a waste. They should have made us smoothie instead. Would be yummy. I'll tell you, yeah, I would agree. This guy would definitely be a lot more yummy if he were a smoothie. Oh yeah, I wanted to send a comment, but I had to stop editing it like 3 times. Anyway, if you don't read Mocha message, then there's in-depth dialogue between Daru, Okabe, and Kurisu about CERN making black holes. Here, after reading her mail, you have a Dr. P scene instead, and it skips over that dialogue with Kurisu with quick, I explained to her the situation. Yep, was had. Ah, okay then.
Seru.
つまりセルンは LHC を使ったタイムトラベル実験で人間を1921年へと送り込んだ。
生きたままというのは失敗したみたいだけどね。
ゼリーマンズレポートはこれだけか。
Oh, I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
いや、まだ結構ある。全部で14人分かな。
14 people. So, at least as far as what these records here reveal, the ones that we currently have access to, there have been 14 different time travel experiments. So, we may have a potential of 14 different divergences in the timeline that we're working with before the ones we created ourselves.
もしもゼリーマンという言葉がゲル化した人間を意味するなら、その数だけ人体実験の犠牲者がいるということか。
I swallow hard. I'm awfully thirsty. Don't remind me. I take a cold Dr. P out of the fridge and wet my throat.
他のも見せてくれ。
Daru pulls up another report. Without being told to, Kurisu begins translating out loud.
ゼリーマンズレポート9。
This looks like French?
被験者ダン・ストレイスキ26歳出身カナダ。
Not even the Canadians are safe from time travel shenanigans.
Z プログラム4実験日2004年9月6日14時10分。
2004.
実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。新聞記事の切り抜きの方はこれフランス語ね。私も読めない。
2001年の1月31日というのは読み取れる。
場所はフランスのポーかな。
2001. That's fairly recent. A pretty big difference from James McCarthy, who jumped nearly 90 years back to 1921. Dara calls up a machine translation, giving us the following. January 31st, 2001. Collapsed male corpse discovered in forest outside Pau, France. Its left foot was fused to a tree trunk, and the body had jellified. Dara goes to the next report.
ゼリーマンズレポート8。
It seems that infinite compression by the supergravity and the significant point street in the Kerr black hole were not able to be endured. Okay, mysterious corpses discovered in India, Tamil Nadu, something, October 2nd, 1972. The remains discovery of the gelling woman had the mark run over by the car after it was left on India and the road of Tamil Nadu state something. Yikes.
被験者リンダ・ヒル25歳出身イギリス。
First the Canadians, now the Brits.
実験日2004年2月15日13時45分。
Let me look at the dates again. So February 15th, 2004. And the other one we were just looking at was all the way in September. So these two experiments occurred. Yeah, experiments 8 and 9 occurred within the same year, with roughly a 7-month difference between them.
実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッドミスマッチ。1972年10月2日インドタミルナードゥー州のダルマプリの路上でゼリー状になった女性の遺体発見。遺体は放置された後で車にひかれた跡があり、下半身は損壊していた。
Dara goes to the next page.
ゼリーマンズレポート7。
Why would they put CERN tattoo there? And how nobody commented on the incident when CERN was founded? CERN was founded when exactly? Hold on. CERN should be in here. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Okay, it doesn't say when it was founded. So CERN is basically the fictional equivalent of the CERN from the real world, which is spelled CERN. So, assuming we can use the real life CERN as a basis for this CERN here in the story, even in regards to when it was founded, let's see if I can figure out when they were founded. Possibly. CERN. Okay, here it is. Yep. We got the CERN here and about our history. Okay, it was founded on the 9th of December 1949. So it was so by the timeline of the game for the first Jellyfish Man report that we just looked at, which would be the 1920-ish experiment, we're talking about a difference of 28 to 29 years before CERN itself was officially founded. Maybe the reason why it wasn't commented on because CERN itself, within the context of Steins Gate's story, didn't even exist for at least 2 decades before that particular Jellyfish Man was sent back in time. That would be my guess, if anything. Too bad I didn't edit the comment I just made, as I did with the ones I saved up to now with Control+C for over 20 minutes. Really don't know how I forgot to delete was from was had. Hey, it happens to me too. It happens to the best of us. Even the real life CERN has some shitty things about it. Oh yeah, with big organizations like the real life CERN and all that, it wouldn't surprise me. Jellyman's report number 7.
被験者ミハイル・ラング33歳出身ドイツ
They're pulling all kinds of people from everywhere around the world, it seems.
Z プログラム4実験日2002年10月8日13時28分
Okay, so this one's in 2002, so...
実験結果エラー Human is deadミスマッチ
The article clipping is written in Japanese. Looks like a pre-war newspaper. May 24th, 1936. So this one took place before CERN's founding too, then. Possibly. The corpse of what is believed to be a jellified human was discovered at the base of Mount Hei in Kyoto. He was in a damaged state, possibly for having slid down the slope. It even happened in Japan. I've never heard this story before. Well, considering that this is time travel shenanigans that we're dealing with, and a global international conspiracy involving CERN and, I guess, given what we know about the Committee of 300 from the previous game, an interdimensional conspiracy at that. This newspaper was probably just effectively erased from public records when people stopped talking about it inevitably. What they probably did was they just waited for this incident to just leave the public consciousness, and then right when everybody forgets about it, they just start quietly shelving away any reports on this particular Jelly Man until eventually the only records of it that still exist are the ones that are within their safe hands. In this case, within CERN's servers, as it were. They would still have the information, but the rest of the world, not anymore. It was pre-war, though, so I guess someone born in the 90s like me would have no way of knowing about it. Next page. The picture shows a beach, beautiful but for the jellyfish-like body lying on the sand. It must have washed ashore. Okay, so we got an American this time from the looks of it. It seems that infinite compression by the supergravity... Okay, so this just reads the same things before. Number 6.
被験者マーク・ヒューズ30歳出身アメリカ Z プログラム4実験日2002年8月23日12時52分実験結果エラー Human is dead ミスマッチ 1985年7月1日、フェロー諸島ストレイモイ島の海岸に奇妙な物体が流れ着いた。それは成人男性のようにも見えるが、クラゲのようなブヨブヨの物体であり、生きてはいない。島の住人たちの間では半魚人の死骸ではないかという噂も。肩と見られる場所にはセルンという刻印があったが、セルンは関与を否定している。
まだ見る？
Well, of course they would deny involvement. No surprise there. I may be estimating the ability of people around the world to notice similar incidents when there was no internet. And also CERN invented the internet. Yeah, pretty much. Before the internet existed, if the powers that be wanted to have a tighter lid on certain information getting out to the wider public, they would have had a much easier time doing so back before the invention of the internet than after it. Especially once the internet became much more widespread during the 90s and beyond, and personal computers started entering more and more people's homes, until eventually, fast forward to today, everybody basically has personal computers in their pockets now, in the form of smartphones. And that's not even going to things like desktops or laptops or things like that. At that point, you had the whole World Wide Web of the internet and all the information that's within it. It's at everybody's fingertips. So with that, I mean, yeah, obviously people with that much information available, people would have a much easier time being able to piece similar events together that occurred throughout human history. Once people started comparing records with each other, back to back, you could even find similar type. You can even find interesting things like similar types of stories, even being developed in various cultures all throughout human history. Like, how many of you are familiar with the hero's journey as a story concept? If you're not familiar with all its stages, but you're at least familiar with the concept and generally how it works, the concept of the hero's journey. So many stories all throughout human culture and human history have followed a very common and very basic structure when telling the story of heroes. Pretty much to the point to where people have been able to catalog how many steps are there? Like 12 steps, I think, if memory serves me right. Which starts with a call to which I think starts with a call to adventure, followed by not denying the call, and step 3 is a wise teacher or whatever shows up to pass wisdom to the hero, so on and so forth, until eventually you get onto the last couple steps where the hero basically hero basically returns home with the so-called elixir in hand, and basically saves the village, because the whole idea behind it is in the case of the template that I just outlined, poorly I might add, but the template, it runs with the idea that the hero is on a quest for something in order to maybe save a hometown or a village or a person that he or she wants to save, and it comes in the form of an elixir, to use as an example as part of the template I just laid out of the hero's journey. The hero's journey is all about the journey that they take to acquire that elixir, return home with it, and do whatever it is that they originally set out to do when they decide to go hunt for that elixir. I bring this up here because when you take the time to actually look at how a lot of stories are told all throughout human history, you'll find that a lot of the stories that captivate us as human beings seem to be universal, and yet they happened and developed in very specific ways, despite miles upon miles of different countries, different cultures, different continents, even separating us all throughout the ages, all the way until the very recent present day, when we finally as a planet began to become more united via things like the internet, and we were able to, on a much grander scale than we were ever able to before in human history prior till now, see the vastness of human history, of human cultures, all that stuff. Humans have a lot more in common with each other than you might think, despite whatever differences or differences in physical distance or even culture may be present. It's almost like humans are hardwired in very specific ways, even down to the kind of stories that we tell ourselves and the kind of stories that tend to capture our collective imaginations and stand the test of time. Case in point, the example of the hero's journey. Again, I'm not explaining this very well, I feel. There's plenty of people who've delved into this topic that could explain it much better than I could. But when you really get into the weeds of it, it's actually really fascinating. Just comparing how human civilizations all across the world developed throughout thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of years, and despite all the differences, how many similarities human civilizations have had with each other, right down to the kind of stories we tell. Professional writers despise the hero's journey as is for making it sound like it's the norm, when not too many stories are like that. Moral evolution is a compelling and useful story type in folklore. Well, I'm not saying the hero's journey as it is trying to be a norm, but rather it's a common type of story that it's a recurring type of story throughout human history in regards to the type of stories that humans like to tell each other. You have other stories besides the hero's journey, of course, obviously, but the hero's journey is one example that comes to mind because, well, number one, the hero's journey is a kind of story, are the types of stories that I personally like to indulge in myself in my spare time. And number two, everybody likes stories about heroes. Yeah, the hero's journey is just basically one example out of several that you could probably find of a type of recurring story that seems universal among humans, regardless of location or culture, all throughout human history. They exist in religious texts, in folklores, myths, you name it. People like heroes. By the comments being saved up with Control-C, being the next two ones I posted and the one with mistake about forgetting to post them. But yeah, without internet you can't really make those connections as easy. I guess they wrote CERN to make finding bodies more easy over the world, even if it would point fingers at them. That's the only practical reason that it would make sense for them to do that, actually, considering the nature of their time travel experiments. Because if they have no means of being able to identify their test subjects, especially given the nature of the research in question, then for all they know, some random jellymen appearing all throughout history It could be an entirely different, it could be an entirely unrelated phenomenon that's not related at all to their own time travel research. And they could end up mistaking some of those jelly men, with their own test subjects. Therefore, it would throw the entire results and data that they're accumulating for their research into question, and that's not something that CERN would want to do. Especially again, given the nature of the research in question, the expenses that are likely entailed with it, etc., etc., etc. They want to be absolutely certain that they can keep track of their test subjects, even as they send them into various different locations throughout various different time periods. Without that, then their experiments are worthless because they might as well effectively be sending these men into incinerators and turning them into ash. That's effectively what they would be doing if they would have no reliable means of being able to actually track them throughout time. Yes, Carl Jung archetypes. Those are mostly for personality and subconscious related things. Last I checked. When it comes to the Carl Jung archetypes... Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. I think Carl Jung was the guy that actually came up with the concept of hero's journey. I think. You're right. Ignore me. I'm being dumb right now. But I'm glad you brought that up here, because archetypes is certainly the word I was looking for, but I just couldn't think of when I was talking about the hero's journey. Carl Jung basically theorized that a lot of the world as we process a lot of the world around us through archetypes. The hunter, the father, the mother, the god, the demon, the beast, the conscious, the unconscious, the shadow, the id. No, that's Freud, excuse me. That's Freudian stuff, never mind. The id thing. The human mind likes to The human mind likes to categorize things through archetypes because categorizing things through archetypes plays into how our brains naturally categorize and processes information, people, concepts, etc. pertaining to the world around us. It's basically the easiest way in which human beings can understand the world and the people and the concepts around them. When they classify things and when they think of them as archetypes. I think that's the gist of how it works, if memory serves. I'm no expert on Carl Jung or his theories by any stretch of the imagination, but cursory research that I've been exposed to when I was looking up Silent Hill things back in the day of all things had basically more or less given me that as the abridged version of Carl Jung archetypes and how they essentially work. You ruined my plan, Ammonius, with hero comment, as I wanted to use the fact that no one posts anything and Neo not reading them yet to deleted them, edit the first one, then post them again. Now timeline is ruined. Ammonius, this stream isn't big enough for two people who have the ability to stop time by flapping their gums. You and me at the top of Mount Everest tomorrow at noon. Bring your revolver. We're going to settle this like men. Feel free to bring tumbleweeds for dramatic effect. And an audience.
十分だ。
There are 14 of these people?
発見場所が世界中に散らばっている。この結果からどんな解が導き出せるのかしら。
その場所へ送り込もうとしたのだろう。
そうは思えない。無計画すぎる。
Okay. So they're working with black holes too. Maybe the reason why the locations are different with each experiment might have something to do with residual effects from the black holes. Would be my guess. Like maybe as the jellymen are traveling through time and they arrive at their destinations, there's an additional phenomena that accompanies them, which, if it were to be repeated in that location, would draw far too much attention to CERN and the experiments in question. So, in order to keep people around the world in the dark as much as they can, they move the location of the experiments each time they do one. So that way, people from these various locations don't end up seeing the same thing more than once and start to think that something really strange must be going on. Something that they would be able to potentially trace back to them. Something like that. I think it's something like that.
カーブラックホールが得意点をどうたらってあったけど、それが原因じゃ。
超重力による無限圧縮およびカーブラックホール内の得意点通過に耐えられなかったと思われる。そう書いてあった。
Yeah, again, it has to be related to the black holes and maybe how they affect gravity. It has to be something like that, and it's probably for much of the reason I outlined, is because it produces a tangible physical phenomena that could be potentially noticed by a massive populations of people. So if they keep repeating the same experiment with that kind of potential for exposure in the same location, they risk exposing themselves and their research.
カーブラックホールって普通のブラックホールとなんか違うん？
理論上存在を予言されているブラックホールよ。中心の特異点が回転しているという特徴がある。実在することはまだ証明されていないし、証明しようもないけど。
Kerr black hole. Where have I heard that term before? I think it was either with one of Kurisu's lectures, or more likely, it likely has something to do with something that John Titor has told us. I think my memory is leaning towards one of our conversations with Titor, or one of the messages that he's posted on @channel. One of the scariest ideas in time travel stories is considering that in the past, Earth and the Milky Way galaxy were in a different location. Oh, I see. Because of how the universe allegedly is constantly expanding, and because of the constant expansion, the actual location of the stars that of this star that we're on, Earth, changes along with it as it expands. So basically, say for example, you get a spaceship going. You manage to get a spaceship about a light year or two away from Earth. You'll automatically assume that it would only take you a light year or two to get back to Earth, right? Well, no. But the reason for that is because the universe is expanding at the speed of light or something to that effect, if memory serves. And because of that, since you managed to travel a far enough distance away from Earth to where you would effectively be ensnared within the effect of the expanding universe itself, the amount of distance that would actually be required of you to actually travel back to Earth would not only have increased significantly from the initial trip, but it continues to keep expanding as time goes on. So you basically create a scenario where you have to basically find a way to outrun the speed at which the universe itself is expanding to be able to get back to the planet, which is now expanding away from you along with everything else in the universe itself. Okay, I know Kurisu mentioned this in one of the theories. I just can't remember which one it was, though. I want to say it's the light speed theory, but I could be mistaken about that. For him to comment the moment I deleted them, I mean as exploration of my comment about ruining the plan. I mean, Earth moves around the sun, so if you time travel, you may end up in an open space. Oh, that's what you meant. There's some suspension of disbelief that supernatural travel anchors to Earth. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Even ignoring what I was just going on about with the whole universe, the whole theory of the universe constantly expanding, and thus the actual distance or location of each star in the system, including our planet Earth, changes along with it as it expands. Even ignoring that, it's not like as though the Earth stays completely still within its orbit around the sun, now does it? No, it constantly rotates around it. Its position changes over the course of an entire year, along with all the other planets in the solar system. So, say from today's date, I want to travel back in time to 6 months ago. Who's it? Yeah, okay. That's something I've never actually thought about before when it comes to time travel stories. Huh. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess with a lot of time travel stories, there is a necessary automatic assumption, whether people consciously realize it or not, that time travel in of itself is somehow anchored to the world in which you are time traveling from. When realistically speaking, there's no real reason to assume that, especially when you stop and realize, hey, wait a minute, it's not like as though the planet Earth stays completely stationary all year round anyway. Well, you've given me something new to think about, Ammonius.
そうか。ジョン・タイター。
Aha! I knew it! It was John Titor. Titor said his time machine used Kerr black holes.
タイターはこう言っていた。2034年にセルンによってタイムマシン開発は成功したと。そしてタイター自身は2036年からやってきたと。
It makes sense for Titor and CERN to be using the same time travel technology. Kurisu closes her eyes in deep thought.
カーブラックホールを作るなんて、そんなのむちゃくちゃよ。下手したら地球ごと飲み込まれかねないような行為よ。そもそもカーブラックホールは仮説であって。
タイターの予言は現実であり、身内弁に出ていた LHC 実験における最悪の予想図もほぼ事実になりつつあるということだ。
MewTube. A popular video sharing website. I remember MewTube from Chaos Head Noah.
タイターの予言は
Lots
知
of
らんけど
spooky shit on that
ニューツ
site.
メで問題の動画見たことある。2、3年前に話題になってたよな。
CERN black hole video. A CG mock-up of an LHC-generated mini black hole swallowing the Earth. Went viral on a global scale when it was uploaded to MewTube.
ブラックホール内部は尋常じゃない重力なの。そこを通れば確かに時間移動は可能かもしれないけど、生身の人間が通り抜けられるわけがない。
だからこそゼリーマン化していると言うべきだろう。
So the real goal then of the experiments is to find a way to travel through that is to go through all that gravity while going through the black hole without getting killed by it. And I'm assuming by 2034 they managed to find a vessel to where humans can indeed do that.
ゼリーマンどころか素粒子レベルまで分解される。それがブラックホール。
議論するよりタイムマシンについての資料を漁った方が早いんじゃね？
Dara's already started pulling up new documents. It's a real video. URL ID is I'll have to look at that later. I'm suddenly afraid. Is it okay to keep hacking CERN like this? Should I stop him? I'm the one who asked him to do it, but things have gotten serious now. But at the same time, irresistible curiosity wells up inside me. Time travel is becoming a reality. I want to know that it's true. I can't stop now.
あった Z プログラムの中にタイムトラベル理論について解説してるファイルがある。
ずいぶんあっさり見つかるわね。セルンにしては脇が甘すぎる。
セルンが甘いんじゃなくて僕がすごいっつうか。
ダルは俺のマイフェイバリットライトアームであり、
スーパーハッカーだっけ？
ハッカ
それでクリスティーナ、なんと書いてある？
Look at this. This is in English too, so I have no choice but to rely on my assistant.
ちょっと読む時間をくれない？
Kurisu's eyes dart left and right across the lines. Her earlier reluctance has vanished. It looks like she's as curious as I am.
嘘。これ本当にタイターって何者なのよ？
何をブツブツ言っている？何が書かれているのか教えてくれ。
I'm more curious to know what's on your mind rather than what it says.
なんかはめられたような気がしてならない。
どういう意味だ？
ほぼ一緒なのよ。ジョン・タイターが語った理論の内容と。ざっと説明すると、LHC によって陽子を高速の 99.999991% まで加速して正面衝突させるの。そうすると10のマイナス24乗キログラムの質量を10のマイナス19乗メートルっていうとても狭い範囲に圧縮して押し込むことができる。
日本語で OK、 産業で。
すごく狭い場所、すごく小さい質量、無理やりねじ込む。
The explanation is too vague. Somebody squeeze this man with a big giant hand. He'll get it then.
その説明はエロすぎだろ上皇。
は？どこがどうエロいのよ。
Oh, I see what he's referring to. Come on, man. Get your brain out of the gutter. This is my gutter. Get your own.
橋田の変態。
そういうマキセ氏もなかなかの妄想能力の高さじゃね？
Delusional
一緒に
powers.
すんな。
Her blushing cheeks make her denial less than effective.
アホは相手にするなクリスティーナ。続きを。
何の話だったっけ？
無理やりねじ込む話。
容姿の圧縮の話だ。
その圧縮が成功するとミクロ得意点ができるんだけど。
Wait a minute. Thrusting with great force, fitting into a narrow space, getting to come out the other side. Dear God, chat, I think I just discovered something. Time travel physics is actually Freudian in nature.
ミクロ得意点？ミニブラックホールじゃなくて？
Dear God, Sigmund Freud was not just a guy that seemed to get off on the idea of men desiring their mamas. He was actually a prophet.
意味はほとんど同じだ。得意点はいわばブラックホールの中心だからな。
このミクロ得意点が2つあるブラックホールを作るのよ。
A black hole with two cores? Two cores. Like a balls? Like a cowlick with two hairs? No, I don't think that's it.
擬人化希望。
はいはい。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんでいいか？
Micro. I see what she did there.
姉妹とか燃えるぜ、はあはあ。
ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは電子を与えると自由に操れるようになるのよ。
電気ショックで拷問か。それなんてエロゲ？
Oh God. Eroge, short for erotic game, games of erotic content. Yeah, pretty self-explanatory.
操作できるようになった2人を超高速回転させるの。すると理論的にミクちゃんとクロちゃんは2人とも魔法少女リング上得意点に変身する。
Magical girl ring singularity. God.
変身バンクですね。わかります。
God, what is this conversation? Transformation scene, Henshin Pank, refers to transformation sequences seen in Henshin Hero and Magical Girl anime. Since transformation scenes are often used in nearly every episode, their animation is done independently in advance. As a result, the production quality is often higher than that of the rest of the anime. Finally, some trivia I actually knew about. Well, looks like these two have found a common wavelength. Probably not a good thing.
これでカーブラックホール効果が生まれることになる。
そもそもカーブラックホールって何ぞ？さっき回転しているって言ってたけど。
そのままの意味。
でもブラックホールって普通回転してんじゃね？穴に向かって渦巻いてるじゃん。
その回転してるように見える部分はブラックホールに吸い込まれつつある周囲の物質でしかない。普通のブラックホールは超質量により重力崩壊を起こした中心点があるだけ。そこに向かってあらゆるものが落ちていってるの。それは点っていうぐらいだから回転はしてない。一方のカーブラックホールはさっき言った通り中心が点じゃなくてリング状なのよ。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは普通の人間ではありえないことに魔法を少女化すると心臓が体内でぐるぐるとリング状に回転してるって考えて。
グロは勘弁だお。
助手よ、お前はさっきこう言ったな。カーブラックホールは実在したとしても証明しようがないと。それはどういう意味だ？
Maki-sei is quite knowledgeable in otaku culture for a published scientist. Like I said earlier, even if Rintaro's suspicions about her actually being very knowledgeable about certain bits of otaku terminology and all that stuff is indeed not a coincidence and is actually on purpose. It's not like as though Kurisu is going to admit to actually being a closet weeb to him of all people. You know what I mean? Definitely not. Although at this point, especially given this conversation, I most certainly believe she absolutely is indeed a closet weeb. Well, then again, I guess I can't really call her weeb because she's actually natively Japanese, but you know what I mean.
ブラックホールにはイベントホライゾンというものがある。
Ah, Event Horizon. They made a movie about that once. Not terribly scientific, surprisingly enough, despite the name. Quite the opposite, actually. Good movie, though, especially to watch around Halloween. This one right here, the one directed by Paul W.S. Anderson. Definitely worth a watch, I'd say. Not the best movie of its kind by any stretch, but worth a watch if you got nothing better to do. As my explanation to him ruining my plan, my last 4 comments were originally between 2 Amos ones and that were separated by 8 minutes time-wise and are now before my 4 comments. But Amo didn't post his last one, Hero's Journey, yet, so I wanted to use it to edit my first one without breaking the order of my comments, only for him to post it the moment I deleted them. Dear God, speaking of people being on the same wavelength, it looks like you and Amon are on some kind of wavelength of your own.
この内側に入ると時間と空間の役割が入れ替わってしまうわけで。
Oops. Event Horizon, also known as the Schwarzschild surface. May the Schwartz be with you. In a black hole, there exists a point beyond which even light can no longer escape the black hole's immense gravity. This boundary is called the Event Horizon. Get over here. Because light and other electromagnetic waves are responsible for conveying information. Oops. Get. Because light, whatever. This is probably all there is to it anyway. Because light and other electromagnetic waves are responsible for conveying information, nothing that occurs within the event horizon can be observed from the outside. That is the reason why black holes appear black. No light can escape from the center. Reminded me of Interstellar. Didn't quite like it, how black holes were quite dramatized. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Black holes and all that fun stuff in Event Horizon are certainly dramatized either. Oh, sorry, dramatized too, excuse me. I don't know why I said either. Just, I hope you have a strong stomach for it if you decide to give it a watch, is all I'll say. And I'll just leave it at that.
時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる。
私たちは今空間を自由に移動できるけど時間を1分過去に戻すことはできない。それが入れ替わるのよ。イベントホライゾンの向こう側だと空間の移動は不可能になり、逆に時間を移動可能になる。
Can't even imagine what that's like.
空間の移動が不可能だから ブラックホールからの再脱出はできないと言える。例えば岡部がブラックホールに突入した場合に体験するのは永遠に引き延ばされた時間なの。光が再脱出不可能ということは、人の目にはどうやったってイベントホライゾンの向こう側は見ることができない。観測も証明も不可能。ただし例外もある。タイムトラベルにカーブラックホールを使う場合、この例外こそが重要なのよ。
And what's that?
もったいぶらずに教えてもらおうか。
カーブラックホールは特異点。中心が回転してるわけだから核運動量が存在する。
だから日本語でオケだって。
An angular momentum.
中心点が回転してるってさっき説明したでしょ。その回転運動量って思えばいい。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんに電子を与え続けると自由に操ることができるわけだけど、カーブラックホールの特徴は核運動量が質量を上回るとイベントホライゾンがなくなって特異点が裸の状態になること。
A naked singularity. How scandalous. A singularity is usually concealed by its event horizon, which renders observation impossible. A naked singularity, however, is a singularity whose event horizon has been removed, and as a result, it can be observed and even traveled through. The existence of naked singularities is purely theoretical. So the whole crux behind the time travel machine, if we're going with the whole Kerr black hole theory bit, is reliant entirely on taking advantage of a naked singularity. That's in a nutshell how this stuff works, right?
裸だと？魔法少女のコスチュームは露出度高えというわけですな。これアニメ化まだ？
Kurisu and I ignore Daru's delusions. Also, I learned, or relearned, when writing that you can run on timestamps for comments. That's why I knew there were 8 minutes between Ammonius's comments. Well, hey, that's pretty convenient.
裸になることで観測不可能だったものが観測可能になるわけか。
イベントホライゾンがなくなることで時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる必要はなくなった。裸の特異点に向けてその入れ替わりを回避して突入できるようになる。そして裸の特異点の存在は一般相対性理論と因果律を破綻させるわ。宇宙の法則が乱れるのよ。
Well, dang.
そんなもの存在できるのか。
The negation of the theory of relativity and the principle of causality means serious paradoxes can occur. Didn't Kurisu say that earlier? She did.
これまでも存在する可能性は高いと予測されていた。矛盾するようだけど証明はされてる。因果律が破綻してるわけだから、その裸の特異点に突入すれば過去へ遡ることができる。
John Titor said the same thing. So Titor's time machine is using CERN's technology. But Titor's time machine was compact, small enough to fit into a car. The LHC is 27 kilometers long, but they managed to get it down to travel size in just 24 years.
わからないのは特異点に電子を注入する部分ね。見て、この LHC の写真だけど、陽子衝突地点に妙な機器が設置されてる。リフターっていう名前で呼ばれてるみたいだけど、一体何のことだか。
ダル、聞いたことは？
リフター。さっきの Z プログラムにもちらっと出てきたよな。ググってみる？
Dara opens a browser window and enters Lifter into his search engine.
おお、ヒットしてるし。
About 422,000 results. Well, number one, I bet you can't see all those results either because, well, Google filters their search results, number one. And number two, when it comes to results that you can find, I'm willing to bet you most of them have more to do with weightlifting than they have to do with science terminology. Just taking a wild guess here.
こんなに機密でもなんでもないのかな。
もしかしてこれじゃないか。イオンクラフト。
イオン、つまり電荷を持った原子や分子のことね。意味としては一致する。
We click on a link that says Ionocraft Lifter. It takes us to a video. Well, how about that? First result, and it looks like it's actually relevant to what we're looking for. Lucky us. Looks like some dim garage, but it doesn't seem like anything secretive. Just a garage like you'd see in an average American home. My garage doesn't look like this. That's slander. I discern the screen is a triangular shape made of some kind of metal. It looks about 10 centimeters high and about 30 centimeters wide. It's connected to some sort of generator by a thin wire. It looks like some really cheap equipment. That's all there is. Nothing else. After explaining something in some language I don't understand, Russian maybe, the person filming the video slowly turns the power on. And then, the silvery triangle floats soundlessly into the air. Then it remains stationary.
反重力装置だと。
Well.
そんなのあるわけない。あったら世紀の大発見よ。イオンクラフトっていうぐらいだから、この場合帯電した空気と電極が関係してるんだと思う。
Kurisu doesn't sound as confident as she usually does. We look up information on the Ionocraft lifter. Lots of sites have detailed instructions on how to make lifters, but I don't know how they work since the sites all give conflicting theories.
そのリフターにセルンが目をつけた。そしてタイムトラベルに必要な装置として組み込んでいる。ミクロ特異点の質量や重力場を操作できるとなれば、やはりこれは反重力装置ということだろう。
まあそういう限定的条件に当てはめるなら間違いじゃないかもしれないけど。
Whatever, I'll take it. Incredible! My curiosity is growing more by the second. Also a real video. I take it it's related to the lifter thing. Also, sorry if I'm annoying. Hey, I'm the one that went on. I'm the one who went on on several different tangents earlier in the stream. So if anybody has the claim to be annoying here, it's me. I sometimes have a phase where I can over-explain my thinking process out of unrealistic fear of people not getting me by missing what I wrote or because I wrote it poorly. So I got so hung up on it right now I don't remember much of what happened in the story during the last 20 minutes. Well, don't worry. That's what the VOD's going to be for when we end today's stream. But we're basically just going over the actual nature of the technology which CERN is using to conduct their Jellyman experiments. And we just got done looking at what a lifter was, more or less.
でもセルンはこのリフターの調整に苦労してるみたいね。
And hey, I get what you're saying here. People not getting me by you saying that you're worried that people not getting you by missing what you wrote or because I wrote poorly. I mean, hey, I do get that. I mean, I felt like I had trouble explaining myself at a few times during some of my tangents earlier today. I don't know if it's because I'm just tired or something like that, but yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I try my best to get my ideas across. So I may sometimes have a tendency to over-explain myself as well. So as a result, I'll go on really long tangents when I probably really don't need to. So I understand.
ミクロ得意点の重力調整がうまくできていない。だから完全な裸の得意点を作れていない。
そのせいで被験者がゼリーマンになっていると見るべきだな。
Kurisu nods.
裸の得意点が作れていないなら、つまり被験者はブラックホールに放り込まれるのと同じだから、突入するだけで凄まじい質量によって押しつぶされるに決まってる。その結果、あらゆる物質がフラクタル構造になってしまったという仮説を提示してみる。実際はどうなってるのかさっぱり。調べるだけで何ヶ月もかかりそう。
Kurisu shrugs her shoulders in resignation.
リフターはまだ未完成か。
If Tider is telling the truth, then CERN won't complete their time machine for another 24 years.
つまり俺たちが先に電話レンジカッコ仮を完成させればセルンを出し抜くことも可能というわけだ。
規模が全然違う。それにセルンでさえ完成させていないのにあんたにできるわけないでしょ。これは簡単に解決できる問題じゃない。そもそも時間移動調整や時間跳躍後の場所指定の問題もセルンは解決できてないし、ジェリーマンの発見時期や発見場所がバラバラなのも納得だわ。例えば地の底とか宇宙空間とかに放り出されたゼリーマンもいるかもしれない。見つかってるゼリーマン以外にもね。というかその可能性は限りなく 100% に近い。地球から何万キロも離れた宇宙空間に放り出されたらタイムトラベルしても無意味。全く実用的じゃないわ。
可変重
Hey,
力
kind of ties in what we were just talking about
というよう
earlier.
なものがあるとタイターは言っていた。それによって地球の重力を止め必ず地球がある場所に到着できるようになると。
タイターの説明はその点については曖昧だわ。そういう機会があるというだけじゃ説明にはならない。
でも時間移動したら同じ場所に出るだけじゃないの？
出るわけないでしょ。
なんで？
地球は常に動き続けているからだ。
Hey, again, this ties into what you and I were talking about just a minute ago, Monius. How the Earth is always moving. So if you just time traveled with the assumption that the Earth itself would just stay stationary, you may end up finding out the hard way that, well, that ain't the case, and you're basically stuck in space.
そう、自転と公転。地球の自転速度は時速にしてだいたい1650キロ。公転速度は時速で考えるとおよそ11万4000キロ。
It's pretty damn fast. Iono craft lifter isn't actually anti-gravity. It ionizes air below it, hence the name, and is light enough that the electromagnetic difference pushes it upward. Pretty cool.
1時間前にいた座標から私たちはそれだけ離れることになる。
むほー、そう考えると僕たちってテラハヤス。
それだけじゃない。地球を含む太陽系はミルキーウェイに属してる。ミルキーウェイは渦を巻いているところからわかる通り回転してるのよ。諸説あるけどだいたい1日に5000万キロぐらい地球が移動する速さでね。
How can she roll all those numbers so smoothly off her tongue? I get that she's a genius, but it's hardly common knowledge. Has she been doing research on the topic? Clearly.
なんかもうスケールが途方もないぞな。
ついでに言うと、ミルキーウェイを含む複数の銀河で銀河群が形成されているし、さらに上のグループとして超銀河団っていうのもある。
The universe is freaking huge, chat. No wonder it's little wonder that scared the ever-loving piss out of Lovecraft back during his day, when you really stop and think about it. Just how big it all is and how infinitesimally small we are by comparison.
それらの銀河群も超銀河団も動いているかもしれないわけ。そうなるとさらに飛躍的に私たちの移動距離は伸びる。いずれにせよ、ほんの1秒前に飛ぼうとするだけでも
Hey, I got mail!
膨大な局所場指定の計算が必要になるのよ。
Hold on a second. In case I piss her off by looking at this, I'm gonna save. Oh no, it's Faris. You had my hopes going, but no, it's just a crazy cat lady. Phantasm is the cat's meow. Have you bought Phantasm's single debut? Yeah? It's the theme song for Net Kakeru, so it's really popular. Faris bought 5 copies, yeah? It's my duty as a ray netter. Anyway, there's an important secret hidden in Phantasm's songs. Key to unlocking it is... Oops, the bell's ringing, yeah? Looks like someone's here. Better see who it is. You didn't just raise a death flag for yourself or something, did you? Anyway, what do I want to reply to? Phantasm could possibly tell me more about the band, which, you know, considering I played Chaos Head Noah before, she'll probably just tell me something I either already know, or, yeah, she'll probably just tell me something I already know. Theme song, I'm hoping maybe might give me, maybe a new ringtone or something. An important secret, well, who the hell knows? Answer Phantasm. Okay, I'll answer that. Okay, so for theme song, is this another part of Operation Stupefy Humanity? Explain. Important secret. I'm aware. They are said to contain directions to the sanctuary, as well as prophecies regarding the end of the world. Isn't that right? Okay, yeah, he already knows. Phantasm. That band's vocalist. I feel a strong resonance from her. Well, feeling a resonance, are you? Is Rentaro here also a gigolomaniac? Curiouser and curiouser. To be honest, what scared Lovecraft more are the foreigners. He was that paranoid. Yeah, he was. But you gotta admit, the idea of a 100-foot tall octopus-headed man is certainly really spooky. Can't take that from him.
手動じゃ無理だし、同じ場所に移動しようと思ったらスパコンで計算したって解が出るまでに何年かかるか。
Yeah, I checked it. Yeah, I got. Okay, wait, hold up. Hold up. Huh? Could have sworn there was a comment from you, Liz, but it looks like it just vanished. Or maybe I'm just hallucinating things. Oh well. Doing by hand's impossible. Your supercomputer come up with a solution just to get you to the same location.
ならば仕方あるまい。ダイターを探し出し、その可変重力システムを借りようではないか。
それは明暗ね。せいぜい頑張って。この問題についてセルンはどうしようとしてるのかな。
After blowing me off, Kurisu goes back to reading Stern's documents. Daru and I aren't good with English, so there's nothing we can do but let her work. Perfect timing, because I need to get ready to head to class. So... so today, despite my tangents earlier, I feel like today was good as far as progress with Steins Gate is concerned. We're definitely getting some very interesting territory in regards to figuring out how the timey-wimey machine of destiny actually works. And it looks to me like that variable machine of Tiders is the key to solving the Scooby-Doo mystery that we've got on our hands. So I guess now that we have Tiders' contact information, maybe we could indeed try our luck getting in touch with him, explaining what we learned, and hopefully that maybe we can meet up somewhere. I'm going to at least assume that's probably what we're going to be doing when we come back to this throughout the next episode, is actually possibly meeting Tider. And if that's the case, then I am very curious to know what he or she is actually like. There's something weird. There's something we're not thinking about. If the jellification process is similar, do we have a black hole inside a commercial microwave? Yeah! Going by the logic that we've been going over this whole time, then it would have to be that, essentially. We managed to basically create a very tiny miniature curved black hole in a commercial microwave. Thing is, though, good luck fitting a human inside that thing and sending it back in time, let alone intact. But yeah, that's actually kind of funny to think about now that you mention it. We're creating miniature black holes in a freaking microwave. I guess that's certainly one way to cook some leftover chicken. But yeah, tangents aside, unless you guys ended up enjoying those too, in which case, well, sweet. Regardless, I hope everybody who tuned in today did enjoy today's stream. I most certainly did. I'm getting very intrigued to see where this story is heading here. I'm hopeful maybe we'll get to actually meet Tider in the next episode and maybe get a few important questions answered. Don't know if that'll actually happen in the next stream or not, but who knows? Either way, it feels like we're getting close to something big here, even more than what we've already uncovered. Because I feel like we're still only at the proverbial tip of the iceberg in regards to the information we might be able to access in certain servers. Especially once we can get the IBN 5100 to do its thing for us and help us decrypt the part of the servers we still don't have access to yet. Once that happens, I'm sure at that point, the whole thing will be blown wide open for us. I'm just curious to know how horrible the results are going to be once we finally do. Because I am expecting them to be horrible. The question is, how horrible? Okay. So, tomorrow, if everything goes well, I will do a stream for Noel and the Mortal Fate. And obviously, wherever I can squeeze in the time, I'm going to start watching Higurashi When They Cry Go and recording my reactions to them, and then editing something together to post on both the channel and maybe also on the Discord server. Because I know that if I'm going to post anything on YouTube, I'm going to have to make some edits for it in order to get it around the algorithm and not get any strikes on my channel or anything like that. But when it comes to stuff off of YouTube, though, maybe I can make something uncut, So you guys will actually be able to watch the episodes properly along with me in my footage. And you don't even have to and you wouldn't even have to bother watching episodes in a completely separate tab along with me. I'll have to see what I can make. Well, I'll have to see what I can make work here. I'm going to do a relatively simple video, like maybe a 2-hour thing where I do a few episodes all at once, and see what I can cook up with it for both YouTube and maybe off YouTube. Because I mainly need to see what's going to work best here in regards to the amount of work I would need, the amount of work required on my end. And yeah, the amount of work required, because the biggest obstacle would just be getting things out in a timely manner, I'd feel. Either way, when I eventually do get around to watching the episodes and recording footage, I'll be sure to let you guys know about it. Other than that, I got nothing else for this week planned. So I hope those of you who enjoyed today's stream will certainly be back for next time that we come to Steins Gate. And if you're interested in Noel and the Mortal Fate for tomorrow, then I'll see some of you guys then. If not, then I'll see you again whenever I see you. And yeah, I wish you all a pleasant day or evening or whatever part of the time of the day that it is for you. And hopefully we can make some even more steady progress next time. Hold on before I leave. Yeah, I checked, and the last scene I remember was 39 minutes ago, 24 minutes ago when I made a last comment about not remembering the last 20 minutes, if not 30. I'll have some rewatching to do. That you will. Remember to have right chat option enabled next time. I'll try to remember that. All right. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow or whenever you decide to tune in next time. Take care, everybody.